Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. We are now doing Freedom Friday. Lots of good stuff happening in America. A president that can't seem to organize his thoughts except through his tweets. And when he does make a statement, defend himself, he talks about people that were visiting him at his New Year's Eve party in Mar-a-Lago having been bleeding from a facelift. He attacked a woman who's been vocal about him and a couple of radio personalities that were vocal about him. And he makes statements that make a lot of people around the world wonder what's going on with this guy. Why is he using such a strange vernacular? How come he's so seemingly angry at women? And now the story of his anger at women pops up again. You see, he can't gain any traction to do any good work as a president because he's always playing catch up. He's got the Russian investigation going on. He's already tried to stop that by firing James Comey and saying he wanted the Russian investigation to stop, which is a classic sign of obstruction of justice. We've got him hiding his tax returns for the past 10 years. Yeah, and he won't even show them, and yet he said he was going to show you his tax returns. We have him tweeting to James Comey, "You better hope they don't have a recording of my White House audio recording." And lo and behold, he told people he has no recordings of the White House, even though we know that recordings are going on at the White House by law. Every single administration has been doing recordings ever since John F. Kennedy was president. We've had audio recordings, reel to reel, all the way to DAT recordings, and now it's so small, it's why wouldn't we be recording the office, the Oval Office, on a day-to-day basis? Obama was asked by a reporter if he could, somehow pull up an interview that he had lost on his recorder. That day, they emailed that reporter the entire interview, voice to text transferred. So we know the recording exists. Donald Trump is probably committing obstruction of justice, saying that the recording doesn't exist. On a brighter note, for you people that support Trump, the travel ban is in effect until the Supreme Court takes this legal issue on, which is a strange thing because it's going to create more border havoc. People getting to the border from 6 of these nations that have been banned with green cards in hand are going to be turned away. Lawsuits are going to be flying. The immigration courts are already 3.5 years backed up. They're going to be 5 years backed up after this. There could be something happening with North Korea. Sure, that's always a wild card. Trump is saying he's going to get tough on North Korea. What is this, grandstanding? I mean, it's saber rattling. I mean, you either do something and blow a missile out of the sky, Donald, or don't do anything at all. Don't stand around saying, "I'm going to get tough." Well, I'm not satisfied with Trump. I think his accomplishments are minimal. He hasn't passed any legislation. I was the one that said the Obamacare would never be repealed. I've been right all along. Mitch McConnell ran into a complete lockup in Congress, and many people are beginning to see Mitch McConnell as a problem. He seems to be a person who doesn't want to fund Medicaid, even though he himself has received nothing but money when he was a kid. He received money to have a polio therapy done, a massive amount of polio therapy. It's really strange that this guy is the lead architect of a bill that's denying people benefits. Tell me that's not weird. Okay, Max's post, Ted Gunderson is the best. Okay. And ahead of July 1st pot sales, officials up security and stockpile. Okay, thanks for that link. Let me see if I have that picture. Oh, it's not there. It's in another place. Hang on. Here it is. This is little Mitch McConnell. As a kid, he had polio, and the government paid for all of his care and rehabilitation. Now, as the leader of the Republicans in the Senate, McConnell is taking government-funded care away from tens of millions of Americans. Yeah, talk about ungrateful, huh? And then July 1st, let's see what's happening with that. The hospital shooting, I have not gathered any information on the hospital shooting right now. Yeah, Catstail says, I don't even know what Trump's accomplishments are. Good point. I'm reading chat a little late here. You'll have to bear with me. Reef dispensaries near Las Vegas Strip getting ready to start up here. Nevada's medical marijuana dispensaries have stockpiled 1 to 2 months worth of pot sales in preparation for the start of legal recreational sales as of 12 o'clock on Saturday. Nevada's going to start. I don't know when California is going to officially start. I know people can grow marijuana up to, 4 or 6 plants? I'm not sure. The fire scene at Chernobyl is out of control, folks. There's been 25,000 acres of burning brush, burning fire. The forests outside of the Chernobyl disaster zone are going up in smoke, and that leads to a dangerous radioactive toxic plume of leaves burning. Let's take a look at some footage here. They're trying to put the fire out with those planes that drop water. It's a serious event. I don't think we can ignore something so terrible as having a fire of radioactive trees, and this could go to Belarus. According to Meow TV, he says it could head to Belarus or it could head to Kiev if the winds change. Yeah, serious. So not many people are really happy with Trump as president. You can say, however, that the economy is doing pretty well because all the greed mongers in Washington are trying to make money right now. They're trying to clean up on Trump anytime they can. They got the Trump card playing for them. But here fire crews are heading out to this location. You see how old the trucks are in Ukraine? They're still using like 1957 trucks just to get people out there and fire crews to... Yeah, infrastructure has always been a lot older in Eastern Europe. Whew. Yep. I'm not trying to be humble, but thank you. Sponheim, the NRA revised your rating. Google it. Just tell me what it is. It was C- last I heard. Trump signed legislation to give money back black colleges and veterans. Wow. Okay. Black colleges and veterans. Okay. Well, veterans can get something. That's good. What is the difference between chemtrails and contrails? I've never failed. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? I've never failed. They upgraded me to a B+. That's a success. Thank you. Because I support your right to bear arms. No gun control.
That is good.
I got upgraded to a B+. Thank you. I'm not in any way hyped. No. I'm here to really I'm concerned about the way our world is being managed by the two parties. That's my biggest concern, is that they've allowed companies like Monsanto and Dow to dictate policies on the environment. It's crazy. They've allowed the big pharma industry to dominate what the CDC does and use them as a PR firm for big pharma. And it's hurting people. I mean, I personally know of many people suffering with children who have autism. So severe that their kid sits there all day long and drools and goes like this. Ah! How would you like to have a child all their life take care of that child and that's all they do? All because somebody injected too many vaccines in this child too fast. And nobody in government's doing anything about this. Trump hasn't done diddly squat about vaccinations. He put Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and his whole effort has been relatively nullified. He has no power. Please don't talk about other people in other rooms that are delusional. Thanks. I want to minimize the slander that's happening here. We've got an errant hair somewhere around here. There it is. That child is that way because of either vaccines or chemtrails or other environmental poisoning. Yeah, and I want to clarify to all the people that are still trying to figure out what the hell are they spraying above you. When you drive down the road, sometimes you look in the sky and you see these lines crisscrossed in the air, and you want to know, what the heck is this? Well, we've been looking at this for a long time, and I used to say back in the day, in the 80s, I would say, oh, these are contrails, this condensation. I never would have thought that the government would spray us like insects. It's like, no way, sorry, not going to happen. But then I looked at it more and more, and I realized, no, something is really going on here. Yeah. And then the more I research it, I definitely know for a fact that this is what's happening. This is an actual photograph above California that geoengineeringwatch.org puts out. It shows you a string of these lines of chemicals they're dropping on the LA basin to evaporate the air, to create what is called a drought. They're engineering a drought. Why would they engineer a drought in California? Well, they did it in Africa. They can ruin countries by doing this. They take over their land when their land becomes all dried up, and then they do a hostile takeover of the country. Here's a proof of a theory. Contrails disappear within a few minutes. They are condensation. Chemtrails will linger hours above you. All right. They've got this way of posting links now that make it difficult to actually see things because of these pop-up screens. So I have to add a few things to prevent that from happening. Okay, the Army sprayed St. Louis with toxic aerosol during a just-revealed 1950s test. So they're willing to spray us if they want. Yes, recreational weed is starting January 1st, 2018 in California. Okay, so the Army did spray St. Louis with toxic aerosol during a just-released story about how they did this. So they use St. Louis as a testing ground for toxic material, chemical weapons. Isn't that special? And then recreational weed sales in California could be delayed. Getting to make this work, there's a lot of experience now in various states like Oregon, California, and Washington. Washington, they say, has the best managed system of all. Oregon, you go to their weed stores and you get to select the product from the jar and they weigh it out for you. So it's kind of like you can open the jar and smell each variety. So Oregon has kind of a unique quality about it that gives it that ability to kind of get into the aesthetics of what marijuana is. Now, there are some really good things happening. Cannabis is benefiting people with autism. Yeah. Okay, I'm tweeting my Periscope. We are live now at Periscope. Hello, BB Perfecto. Yes, we have that in California. Yeah. So you guys are going to be able to grow marijuana in California. A few plants, I understand. Here in Washington, you're not allowed to grow it. It is, unless you have a paid permit. It costs like, I think, $1,295, I'm not mistaken. But in Washington, they come in prepackaged containers, like 1 gram, 3.5 grams. They come in larger quantities, but you can actually look at it, but you can't really smell it except in a few places. They have smelling jars. So in Washington, it seems to be rolling out. They've already done $1 billion in sales and brought $400 million to the state government, which is pretty good deal for a couple years of legalization. So they're expecting $5 billion in sales in California. So that should translate to at least $1 billion or more in revenue for the California state government. Pretty good, considering California is running out of money. Tested bacteriological weapons in San Francisco. I did not know that. Okay. So they've been doing this for some time. It shouldn't come as a shock to you that they've been spraying people with chemtrails. See, it's doing to me every time I get a link. I have to go back here. Yowza. One of the largest human experiments in history was conducted on unsuspecting residents in San Francisco. San Francisco's fog is famous, especially in summer when weather conditions combine to create the characteristic cooling blanket that sits over the Bay Area. But one fact many may not know about San Francisco's fog is that in 1950, the U.S. military conducted a test to see whether it could be used to help spread a biological weapon in a simulated germ warfare attack. This was just the start of many such tests around the country that would go on in secret for years. See, the government's been testing weapons on the American people. This is how screwed up our country is. Needless to say, the two parties are part of this. They're embedded with the stupidity that allows this to happen. They don't check these people. They don't check the military. They don't make sure that Dow and Monsanto are complying with laws. You know that most of the products out there that are in your food, your diet, are simply affidavits filled out by the company producing them saying they're safe? Even the Food and Drug Administration hardly does any independent testing on products now. So they rely on their judgment to say, well, it's got pesticides in it or it doesn't. David, you notice you stay off O'Reilly? Are you afraid of the factor? Does O'Reilly have a show still? I mean, I didn't even know. Does he actually have a show? I thought he gave up all work. I mean, does he have a show? Really? Seriously? Screw it. We'll do it live. Are you deep state? Yeah. We have about today, anywhere from 650 million people to 850 million people are watching us at any given time. Oh, he does have a web show? Okay, good. I thought it would be, I don't know, you can tell Bill O'Reilly this. It'd be great if he could do his show from a strip joint and make it R-rated. Wouldn't that be great if he did his entire show with women with their breasts next to him, and he could be talking like Trump, you know, belittling them, objectifying them, you know, because apparently that's why they kicked him off, because he had all these lawsuits he had to settle off of supposed alleged actions that he was doing on the phone, fapping to some of his employees. Yeah, it's a high count. He has little or no interactivity. That's weird. No, I don't even know what orgy parties are. I'm not an orgy person. Well, maybe it would be great for Bill. It would salvage his career. I mean, obviously they pegged him as kind of a perv. I mean, wouldn't that be just kind of fitting if he did his show from a strip joint? I can't set up a GoFundMe page. They won't allow any political person to do that. I don't want to profit from this anyway. I'm not like Trump. Yeah, you should do a show at a greasy strip club in Tacoma. I know just the one. I've never been to it, though, but they were in the news recently for STDs. Bill O'Reilly should go full jock shock like Howard Stern, really. Yeah, I mean, I think his career has got a lot of life left in it. I don't think he's petered out, but I think he needs to get out of the box a little bit. I mean, I'm not Bill O'Reilly, but I can tell you if he doesn't do something a little different, he won't stand out. Look what happened to Glenn Beck. He kind of fell off on the internet. Just, you know, people still watch him, but it's, you know, he's on the internet. No, that's considered you're a healthy farter. Good job. Yeah, you're eating the right food. I can't believe we're talking about flatulence. No, the paranoia that comes with cannabis is usually because cannabis is illegal. And that's why people get a paranoid that they look like they're high. They don't want people to know that they're high because it's illegal. You put cannabis in a legal situation and nobody's going to be paranoid. I mean, isn't that logical? Now, this story came in earlier. I think it's worth looking at again. BuzzFeed is in the news, and they are going after FBI, CIA records of anything regarding the dossier that Trump has on him that many people believe is a sex dossier showing his penis. A videotape that was taken in a Moscow hotel of Trump doing some sort of a sex act. Two videotapes. That's what the dossier, and this dossier is considered legitimate by our government. FBI and CIA both sign on as legitimate, but BuzzFeed's taken it to the next level. They said media outlet seeks to use Russian tech executives' libel suit to seek records from spy agencies. So Yeah, the only media outlets sent formal demands Thursday to the CIA and FBI and the Office of Director of National Intelligence seeking details on the distribution of the unverified intelligence dossier from Trump. The FBI and CIA both said it was legitimate. It came from Christopher Steele, a known, solid, reliable MI6 informant, and he's a top-level MI6 person. An interesting note about the dossier, the Russian who handed it over is dead. The Russian general was killed by Vladimir Putin. They got rid of him. So there's got to be a lot of truth to that dossier. They did not want that guy talking. The Russian general that gave it over to Christopher Steele. Well, there may be something legitimate about our government, our Constitution, which could hold us together in the event if we actually have to have a real election. That would be nice. I don't really consider myself a drinker because I don't drink wine, but I have sold wine, and yes, I am a connoisseur of red wine and white wine. I sold wine for 2 years in LA and San Diego and Santa Barbara. It was a tough job selling to all the top restaurants up and down the coast. I would walk in there with a bottle of wine and literally give it to them. Sometimes they'd ask for more, and I'd give them a couple more as samples. So the act of selling wine was all about giving away wine. It's kind of an interesting job, but it's not good if you're a drinker, because then you get drunk all the time and you can't drive. It's like you're driving on your next client going, I don't make a cigar, I'm going to sell. You know. I don't think Al Franken is funny anymore. I think therefore he's no longer relevant. If Al Franken could say something funny, just something, we'd love to hear something funny out of his mouth, because he hasn't said anything funny since 1979. We're not sure what's wrong with him. Is he suffering from unfunniness? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a cool job if you work on commission and are willing to drive all around God's Little Acre. The ones that sold wine were one of the most famous wineries, BV Vineyards. I can't do a drunk Johnny Carson. I'm sorry. I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not feeling very ill. I'm not Johnny Carson drinking. I'm so hot. Thank you for saying that, because it is kind of warm here. Yeah, he was marginally funny on Saturday Night Live, but never like unbelievably funny, unfortunately. Al Franken funny? Ha ha. I shot it, man. I'm not Johnny Carson. Ed and I have been drinking for 4 hours, and I've been hitting the bottle a lot more than usual. It'd be hard to do a drunk Johnny Carson, because he kept his drinking really private. I have a personal story to talk to you about with Johnny Carson, but unfortunately I can't share it with you because it's going in my autobiography. But in reality, we are now looking at one of the largest human experiments in history. That's over with. We're done there. St. Louis was sprayed with toxic weapons. We do have the complete and utter absolute link on Trump. If you guys want to get 100 links, all relevant to the Trump-Russian conspiracy. Most of the stories about Trump and Russia are being pushed as far back by the media as possible because they want it to go away. I'll hang on government love. I'll thank you very much. A hearted woman, a soft-hearted man, nothing else in trouble ever since the world began. You know, I'm on record saying that I think that Elvis Presley is alive. I know that sounds a little bit odd, but many people think that, you know, I'm known for taking on some tough subjects, but there he is. The legendary Elvis Presley. As he got older, he's about 80 years old now. He's been seen in depositions, in individual singing ceremonies. He is very, very active in choir. Churches, look at the nose. You can see it, the nose. Yeah, I don't know what you want to think. I mean, it's just one of those things that, when you hear his voice, you begin to realize this guy really is Elvis Presley. Wow, we pulled in a lot of links. It's amazing how many links we brought in over the years. Hmm. Shocking. Oh, that's him. It's definitely him. You notice that? Hey, hi. I love fries. Hello, welcome. Sarah does not love you and does not want you attention. That's correct. 693. That's right. Sarah doesn't love you. I mean, many of you are a little bit confused, I think, because of the way the internet is. Some of you are prone to actually meeting somebody online, dumping your existing lover, and moving 800 or 1,000 or 2,000 miles away. Elvis Presley appeared at his own 82nd birthday. Let's take a look. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Elvis Presley. We'll talk about some important issues in just a second. I'm having a little fun right now. There he is, the legendary king of rock and roll. Well, that's just sad, see? Oh, I see. Yep. They pulled the video. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, now we go to an actual video of him at Graceland singing, and you tell me this isn't Elvis's voice. Okay? We've got him singing. He's going to be called in by his half son, Matt, and I don't know if Matt carries the same last name. I don't know if that's the truth, but let's listen in. Okay, this is Matt singing in the distance, and he's going to call out to his dad to come on up on the stage.
Dad, you know this song? You want to come sing this with me, man? You guys want to hear my dad sing one more song?
Yeah! Yeah, I want to hear your dad.
I know you know this song. I'll hit the last note. Come on, sing with me. Come on, Dad. Woo! He's a preacher, man, and sometimes he's just too humble for his own good, man. Sling around there, boss. You know it. Bob Joyce, man. What a guy.
There's his dad. Okay, I'm going to give you a preview. This is the legendary Elvis singing, and I'm going to go to a close-up of his voice a little bit later. Just check it out. Let's listen to the quality of Elvis's voice. He's at an event a few years ago with his son Matt Parker, his half-son Matt Parker. Thank you. It really is him. Yeah. Do you think I'm kidding? No, I was spraying some fruit enzyme in my eye. I look like I'm crying, though, don't I mean, okay, you don't believe it's him, right? Okay, I get you. You're holding back. Now he's sitting with his half-son, Matt Parker, here. Listen to this. I'm convinced. We're having too much fun now. So what do you think? If you believe that that's Elvis Presley, hit 1. If not, hit 2. I'm going to go with 1. I'm going to throw my name out there and say I'm 1. I believe that that was not Kenny Rogers. It was Elvis Presley. 2. No ones here. Wow. I haven't convinced anybody that this was Elvis Presley.
Nope.
Well, it was not Matt Presley, by the way. It's Matt Parker.
Oh, Matt Parker. That makes it better.
Yeah. A little bit more realistic. Matt Parker, Elvis's half-son. Well, we didn't get a lot of people convinced that it's Elvis's. We got 1, 2. Most people are pretty much convinced that Elvis is. Meta Nemesis says 1. Yeah, he says it's definitely Elvis.
Well,
295 says 1 all the way. Yeah, we've got kind of a mix of 50-50 here. You're a 1.5 sack printer. Okay. Great voice, but 2.
he has a great voice.
Okay, let's check this out. Let me give you one last shot at his next round, his next ensemble, to listen to this voice. If it's not Elvis Presley's voice,
Who is this?
who the hell is this guy? This is the caretaker that lives at Graceland. He's wearing a $50,000 bracelet right now on his ring, on his hand. It's a $50,000 bracelet. Okay, I'm convinced. Okay, what do you got? Mark, the 52-second mark. Okay, let's take a look. Oh yeah, loving it. Thank you, Mad Dog. What the whole world needs is Elvis. Yeah. Okay. A hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since the world began.
He
Yeah.
kind of looked like Kenny Rogers. I agree with that statement.
But when you put him up, that
This
voice
guy
up.
looks like Kenny Rogers. Have you seen Kenny Rogers? Or he looks like the guy in the Google thing right now.
I guess anybody with a beard looks like Elvis Presley now. Kenny Rogers' video. Let's listen to him sing.
Oh wait, if you're gonna listen to a Kenny Rogers song, can I tell you what Kenny Rogers song to listen to?
Please do.
It's called I'm the Greatest.
I will get it. I'm the greatest.
I'm pretty sure it's Kenny Rogers.
Let's listen to Kenny Rogers for a second. Put his voice, the sound of Kenny Rogers, up against Elvis Presley. I'm the greatest. Kenny Rogers baseball song. Let's just get a little tidbit of this. for your edification. Hunga hunga burning love.
Stands in the field with his ball and bat. Says I am the greatest player of them all.
Okay, there is no way that is this his much higher voice. He's like 6 octaves higher than the legendary Elvis Presley. Edification, yes, look it up.
That wasn't the best to compare the songs.
Well, no, he doesn't have a deep voice. Kenny Rogers has a high voice. It's up in the air.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
I am the greatest.
Puts his bat on his shoulder.
On the show.
And he tosses up his ball.
Okay, choose another one.
No, let's just take a look.
830.
I mean, you might as well say that Barry McGuire and the Eve of Destruction is Elvis Presley.
Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Can't you feel the fears I'm...
Well, that's not Elvis, but I definitely think we are onto something with the sound of Elvis Presley. I think many of you are...
What about the gambler? Whatever.
Well, I don't really need to play Kenny Rogers' voice.
What about this guy?
He doesn't have a voice.
But you should show him. Who is he?
So you're saying that this is Elvis Presley?
No, I'm saying that that's the guy that looks like whoever you're claiming is Elvis Presley.
Welcome, Sarah, to the show. Sarah's coming to the show. She says this is Elvis Presley, the guy on Google. He looks like an idiot. Or possibly Albert Einstein, one or the other. This is the best cast. This is the best cast ever. Am I right? Hey, wait a second. We got to get this out of here. Hang on. There we go. Sarah and I are, she's with her beautiful top that she purchased. It's pretty cool. Google is getting more and more three-dimensional. Breaking news. Breaking pothead news. Johnny Cash is actually Stacy Keach. Sarah has never smoked marijuana, and there's no reason why I would put a marijuana legalization campaign sticker on our screen with her in front of it. Even though she recognizes that it's whatever people want to do with their individual lives is their choice.
Oh, they were saying that's Victor Hugo.
No, Victor Hugo, yes. Les Miserables.
Les Miserables.
Well, I pronounce the bliss. So, you know, if you want to find out all about Trump and the Russian connection, we're keeping it alive right here.
Yes, in rows, not just spotted, not just clouds, but they're clouds in rows, obviously sprayed that way.
Yes.
Like chemtrail top.
Like a burning ring of fire. It's a Kofifi top from the Kofifi line that Sarah's developing for worldwide distribution. She will not be using Chinese labor camps to make the Kofifi line, though. Did you hear those 3 guys that were actually looking to check out the conditions, the terrible conditions people were involved making the Ivanka Trump line of clothing and shoes? They were finally released. They'd been taken into custody by the Chinese government. And I have not seen the link to the Chinese that eat the dogs. We wanted to see that link if you guys have access to it later. The dog-eating Chinese people. Apparently they torture, kill dogs, and eat them for dinner. We needed to know that here in America, especially if we're going to be getting, especially if we're getting to eat Chinese chicken. Now that Trump is now allowed to have 38 of his own trademarks in exchange for the U.S. taking in Chinese chicken.
Not yet, Misanthropy.
We now will have Chinese chicken in our American stores, and you won't even know what it is. It could be dog, cat, rat. Elvis Presley, the gambler. Let's take a look. I'm looking it up on YouTube right now. That's a nice thing about YouTube. You can bring up all kinds of things about the legendary Elvis Presley. I believe he's alive, but you don't have to. You see, for me, it's a little easier to think that Elvis Presley's alive. Here he is in The Gambler.
The window at the darkness, boredom overtook us. He began to speak. He said, son, I've made a life out of reading people's faces, knowing every hand's a loser, the best that you...
So he sang the legendary Gambler song that Kenny Rogers later took? Is that right? Wow. Thanks for sharing. I had no idea. China owns Smithfield Farms, the largest pork company in the USA, but the fact that they can ship in Chinese chicken into the US, I'm not talking about buying some pork farming company that's been making pork for centuries in America. I'm talking about shipping in Chinese chicken. Are you with me? No, we're not the sequel to anything. We're the original thing. We've been doing this show for 9 years, going on 9 years. We're not a sequel to anything. We're way bigger because our presence around the world has been well noted. People are watching us. I know. I'm not going to do anything. Psycho behavior, you're lucky to be in tonight. Yeah. You posted a terrible thing on our room earlier. You said that our show was canceled yesterday. That's why you were banned last night. Yeah. Don't post on our site that our show has been canceled. Do you think that's a joke? He had to post on our site that the entire show is canceled. Yeah. You got what you deserve. Psycho behavior.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't post that on our site, sitting out there. Our whole show has been shut off tonight. They won't be broadcasting. You thought that was funny? We value our viewership here. Yeah. Sarah's going to give me a little break. She's got lots of other things to talk about. Many of you want to discuss freedom with her. The freedom to chat has been awesome. Trump is pretty much hitting the skids again with his discussion of women and women bleeding from their faces or facelifts. It's getting a little bit disturbing for a lot of people. Oh, we can't do that here.
See,
yeah.
That's an issue.
All right. I think that Trump is kind of doing what is called Twitter therapy, or he's just trying to divert our attention from Russia by making himself look like a complete buffoon every way he can. That's not a bad move when you think about it. I mean, if he could paint himself as a groping womanizer slash heretic and anything else, that might keep people from actually, keep people from actually even discussing the Russian affairs, where he's selling secrets to the Russians for whatever. Yeah. He outright told the Russians, when the day after he fired James Comey, he invited the Russians in with a secret SAS film group, a spy agency, into the White House. And he told them the name of a particular asset that Israel has embedded in ISIS. He literally jeopardized the asset's safety when he told Russia that. And he just offhandedly says, oh, by the way, did you know that so-and-so... He didn't have the right to tell people that was his Israeli asset. Yeah. So there's a guy now who's in jeopardy of losing his life because of Donald Trump's unfortunate loose lips. That's a fact, Jack. You can look it up, man. Yeah. So there's a guy now who's in jeopardy of losing his life. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I don't need to show proof. It was in the news. You can just look at the news. The day after James Comey was fired, he invited the Russians in. And none of that testimony, by the way, was written. There's no text on that Russian interview. It was a private, secret meeting with the Russians. It did happen. He's brazenly colluding with Russians right in front of our face. It really is happening. A lot of you are going to have to get used to the fact that our country is going to have to root out this corrupt Russian influence out of our government, and we have to do it quickly. I would love to link you the news, but right now I've got something even better. Hang on. I'm just going to give you this link right now. It'll give you 100 links, all related to Trump, and check it out. Go for it. These things aren't going away. It's the Trump link list. And I should add more, but unfortunately Delicious shut me down.
Well, you can add it to Flipboard.
Yeah, I will. I'll be doing Flipboard.
Anyway, I'm going to close out of the chatters list. Good. David's show is being interrupted profusely. Have you tried watching on the old site or on americasthirdparty.com or on YouTube or on Periscope? Yes, I did get your email. I just got it. And I said, thank you. I responded to your email. Well, it's, you know, it's not easy to do what David does. It's not easy to run a chat show all the time and you know, have people say bad things or whatever. It's just not easy. Hey, what's the YouTube? Just one moment. I will tell you. It is... There you go. Alright. Isn't Elvis. Alrighty, David. He likes to talk about Elvis. I'm not... I don't know. I guess to me it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as much as it does to David. Is that bad? Is that sad? I don't really know. I don't really... It doesn't... Anyway. Moving on. Let's talk about a little bit about some trivia. Something like that. He seems to behavior, and I'm like, really? Why? I'm not really sure the why. Do I have a capture card? I think so. I don't know. I think I do. Okay, we'll do American history from the founding of America to 1865. American history pre-1865. Oh, I can't, I don't know which side I'll start on. I'll go on this side. Yes, there we go. What was a clash between British troops and townspeople in Boston in 1770 that happened before the Revolutionary War? The British fired into a crowd that was threatening them, killing 5, including Crispus Attucks. The soldiers had been sent to help the government maintain order and were resented even before this incident. The killings increased the colonists' inclination toward revolution. Correct. Boston Massacre. Mad Dog definitely got that correct. 830 also got that answer correct. And so did Ragnar's. YouTube is awesome, people. Okay. Yes, Crispus was a brother. Or a bro. Alright. What was an act of defiance toward the British government by American colonists? It took place in 1773, so after the Boston Massacre. But before the Revolutionary War. The government in London had given a British company the right to sell tea directly to the colonies. Correct. Thereby undercutting American merchants. A group of colonists found a ship in the harbor of Boston that was loaded with the company's tea. They dressed as Native Americans, boarded the ship, and in here it says they threw hundreds of chests of tea overboard. The British government then tried to punish the colonists by closing the port of Boston, but this move only intensified American resistance to the rule of the king, where I've heard other ones say that actually what they did is not throw it overboard, but they threw it into their own boats, and they're not going to destroy tea that came all the way from England. No, they were trying to, how do I see this? Hijack the tea. It was like a take the tea, and they were taking it before it was stamped, so they didn't have to buy more on it. Yes, they stole the tea from the things. They wanted to steal the tea. Now, maybe they did smoke tea back in those days. I know they smoked tobacco. They did a lot of things with leafy greens back in those days. Tea was the last thing they needed being elected. Well, not really. I mean, if you think about the culture of the time, maybe they... No, I do not have a GoPro camera. Mad Dog, thank you for asking. If you think about the culture of the time, it was like super fancy to drink tea because tea was imported. And so, and I don't even know if coffee was really used at the time. So I don't think, I tend to believe that I mean, for, all of my years I was taught they threw the tea overboard. But it makes more sense to me that they threw it off the big ship into their canoes to take it and use it. Oh, let me see if David actually took my advice and changed the settings. I'm sure he didn't, because he doesn't ever listen to me. Alright, I'm going to check one more thing. Okay. Okay, I just changed the settings, so if that doesn't work, we'll see. Oh, and of course I know everyone's going to record that. Alright, tea was like Colombian gold, so, they're not going to just destroy it. I think they put, like, more popular streams on HTML5. I don't know why Mark is doing some streams on HTML5 and others aren't. I think that's a question for Mark, but David says Serenity now when I close all his tabs. Yes. All right. New clue. So that was the Boston Tea Party. All right. New clue. Who was an abolitionist of the 19th century who sought to free the slaves by military force? After leading several attacks in Kansas, he planned to start an uprising among the slaves. In 1859, he and a small band of followers took over a federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry in Virginia. A detachment of Marines reclaimed the arsenal and captured him. He was tried for treason, convicted, and hanged. Mad Dog, you know your history. Yes. It is John Brown, the only person I have. Because the HTML is halted until further notice. Only people who wanted it keep it. Well, then David would say he doesn't want it. Anyway, it was John Brown, correct. Mad Dog is the only one I saw that had that answer. A little more about this. Robert E. Lee, who was soon to be commanding general of the main Confederate Army, led the Marines who captured Brown. In death, Brown became a martyr for abolitionists. John Brown's Body, a popular song in the North during the Civil War, had this refrain: John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, his soul goes marching on. Well, now we all know that you know. Thanks for sharing, Spawn Trump. Too late, David's the designated guinea pig. He'd say, I didn't ask for it. I shouldn't be the guinea pig. Obviously Mark chose me to be the guinea pig because he knows it's slower than the rest. And anyway, is that a bad impersonation? I agree. Mark will figure it out. I don't know. Maybe if you write a song about David, he'll have a song written about him. No, I was born a woman. I haven't had any changes to my... those. So, I was born a woman and will always be a woman. Female. However, I don't like gender stereotypes and, like, society saying, oh, girls play with dolls and boys build things. I think that we need to work to eliminate those gender stereotypes. And recently I've had this really good idea, and I hope toy stores implement this idea. Like, so I'll tell you where the idea came from too, if you're interested in listening to me. Of course you're interested in listening to me. Otherwise you wouldn't be here when David's not here. You would just say, oh, Sarah, how long are you going to be on? 30 minutes. I'll be back in half an hour. See ya. I just want to talk to David. I'm sure there are people like that. But anyway, moving on. So I've been looking at some brain research, and it was that certain toys help develop mathematical thinking, like puzzles and Legos and Tinker toys. Those kinds of toys develop mathematical thinking. And a lot of times those toys are placed in toy aisles in department stores that are kind of that cater to boys. And so oftentimes girls don't necessarily play with those types of games that would really help develop. There you go, Spawn Trump. Good. That really develop mathematical thinking. Music develops mathematical thinking as well. So anyway, I had this like epiphany that maybe we can change the way that toy stores set up their aisles, their toy aisles, and that should be by color. And also, not only should the toy stores set up their aisles by color, but we should also have all these great these toy manufacturers that create great toys that help develop mathematical thinking create their toys in many colors, including the pinks and purples. So like, I know Lego doesn't usually create, they usually create their Legos in the primary colors, and just like Google has a lot of primary colors. But I'm not saying that, oh, you say get out of here with boys don't play with dolls BS. No, I want to say, so imagine like a green aisle, and you have a doll, like a Barbie doll, in a green outfit, and right next to it you have a green Hot Wheels car, and you have green Legos, and you have green Tinker toys, and you have green toolboxes, and you have green dresses, and you have green, and so then you have a pink aisle, and the pink, you also have pink, a doll in a pink outfit, and you have a pink Hot Wheels, and you have pink Legos, and you have pink, and you have blue. And so I'm just saying that we need to change the way that toy stores are developed so that the boys and girls all are exposed to the same toys. Is Lego pronounced Lego? Lego. That's how you pronounce Lego. 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 Lego, like Lego my ego. Yeah, that's basically all I had. All I had was paper dolls too. Well, I think I had a Cabbage Patch doll at one point, but my mom purposely didn't buy Barbie dolls because of the breasts on Barbie dolls, I guess. Lego or Lego? I guess it doesn't really matter how you say it, 115. I say it Lego. And I've talked to people who work for the Lego company, and they also say Lego, and in all the commercials it's Lego. So Lego. Cabbage Patch doll. It was a time. It was a thing of the time. Like Furbies was past my time. So what I'm advocating is like boy product, girl product, repeat. No. Because, well, yes and no. I am advocating for that, but not really, because I don't think that we should say these are for girls and these are for boys. These are for kids. And we need to design a way to move away from these are for girls, these are for boys, and it should just be kids. Why does, hey, you could say that boys play with dolls if they play with G.I. Joe action figures. I'm saying when you're playing with dolls, when girls play with dolls traditionally, they're learning like about little brothers or little sisters, nurturing, those kinds of things, and there's no reason that boys shouldn't do that too, especially if they're having a little brother or sister coming along. They can play with a little like baby doll to learn how to help care for their younger brother or sister when their younger brother or sister comes along. I do think that if you're still stereotypical about girl doll, boy doll, I mean girls, only girls play with dolls, I just don't think that there should be a doll aisle. Like then the boys never go down that aisle. I think that they should be interspersed with all the others. Why would you take your kid to the toy store? Well, I'm sure a lot of parents take their kids to the toy store. Lego. Well, I agree. Actually, the new thing, it would be even better if kids could build their own toys. And that's one of the things that I actually liked about paper dolls, is because it made you become more creative. I think too much, no one cares. I care. Obviously, it wouldn't be an issue, and that's why I care. You think genders are confused enough? This is too much. But that's because gender is a societal construct, and you think that I don't think genders are confused enough. I think that we are breaking down gender stereotypes. I think the problem is, yep. Well, I understand what you're saying, Dr. Meow. But they can hear those. You teach your children the difference between sex or the difference between gender. So sex is like females are born with a certain way, and boys and males are born with a certain way. And gender is girls have to act a certain way and boys have to act a certain way. Girls have to play with certain types of toys and boys have to play with certain types of toys. And I'm saying that this is what sex is, a genital construct. when a baby is first born, they don't say the gender. Usually it's the sex of the baby is a boy. The sex of the baby is a girl. So you teach them the difference in gender. So you're advocating. So I have a question for you. Do you have girls or do you have boys? I agree, male and female are naturally different, but I don't believe that human beings are different. Well, and if you had an aisle of your kid's favorite color, blue, green, whatever, and there were dolls on that aisle, the parents make the ultimate choice. And if your boy reaches out for a doll and you don't want your boy to play with dolls, you would just say, no, my boys don't play with dolls. I don't care if they're wearing blue. And that would be, the parents still can say that. I just think that it should be on the same aisle. All different types of toys should be on the same aisle. Yes, gender is for the most part a learned behavior. Yes, there you go. Scissor Fight used to play with dolls by taking his sister's dolls' heads off and drawing mustaches on them. And girls should learn how to do all those things too, Mad Dog, except for the last one, maybe. Well, you know what? Actually, more and more women are signing up for military. Fake news. Yes, I want to go to summer math camp. I'm a female. Not all girls have small feet. If I'm identifying as a female, I just ruined my point. Really, what I'm saying is that if I go back to it, maybe it's because I'm a female and I believe that females should have more access to toys that develop their mathematical minds. That's what I really want to say. However that comes about is, I think maybe there's a lot of different ways for it to come about, but that is one way for it to come about, because traditionally the girls don't go down the aisles of building, and I think that they should. I think girls should be encouraged to build things. And who doesn't love to play with Legos? And so often girls don't play with Legos. I like playing with Legos. I agree. Women should be able to pass the same tests as men, and men should be able to pass the same tests as women. And everyone should be able to receive an education. No, I'm not saying that girls are too stupid to learn math. I'm saying that certain toys help people learn math better, easier, faster. And why not expose your children to those toys that help them learn math easier, better, faster? They maybe not faster, but they make it a little bit easier. Many would say a toy cash register is sexist. I know. It's like, all I'm saying is that, I think you're reverting to name calling. Hi, Real Candy Rain. I think you're reverting to name calling 3436 because you don't have any other arguments. Yes, I agree. I do teach smaller children, so I speak to everyone as if they're a child. I mean, yes, that's how I communicate. I know, if I build a mathnasium, they will come. Aw, thank you, Candy. I'll give you some love back. There we go. Well, again, with the name calling, it doesn't, it doesn't affect me. You can think anything you want about me. I agree with you, Joey. What do you mean they pay for shelving? Last time, never mind. I mean, I understand you're saying that certain doll makers pay for shelving, but I really believe strongly in this. I think we can change things. And I think that it's the toy manufacturers could kind of push that too, especially the bigger toy manufacturers like Mattel could say, "Hey, we should have." I'm not trying to alter DNA at all. I'm not trying to alter sexual identity. The only difference I'm trying to do is alter the way we think about toys. And girls and boys and toys. That's what I really think. Well, and you say I am with gender neutral toys? I'm not saying that we should have gender neutral toys. Notice, I just think that the toys for both should be on the same aisle. All right, you love doing math puzzles. We did a lot of those in school, and you had your first computers in second grade. Oh, Hasbro, Parker Brothers, that's who I forgot about. I was thinking those three for sure, but I knew Mattel and Hasbro, but I forgot about Parker Brothers. Don't worry. Yes, if you want that shelf in an aisle, sorry, you pay for it. It's all predetermined. If your product gets moved, sorry, in the store it means it's not selling. Well, a lot of you guys think the gender neutral agenda is BS. I think, and some people think toys are toys, and I really just think there's a different way. Well, just because that's how they all do it doesn't mean that's how it should be done.
Right. Good point.
Exactly, Real Candy Rain. I think kids should play with what makes them happy and sparks creativity. And that's why I would love to see toy stores. So I think you missed the conversation, like my idea. I want to see toy stores organized by color and age, and not organized by gender. Like right now, they have the doll aisle, and the manly men never take their kids down the doll aisle.
Right.
But what happens with that is then they have the boy aisle, and often girls don't go down the boy aisle. And anyway,
So they don't have the general experience that the boys have. The boys don't have the girls' experience.
and I'm not saying that they should both have those experiences, and I'm not arguing for gender neutrality at all.
Okay.
But what I am arguing that, and the whole thing that got me thinking about this, was like I was saying, I've been thinking about mathematical thinking and mathematical
ways
mindsets.
of teaching kids. Yeah.
And the concept is that there are toys that actually help kids develop mathematics, thinking like a mathematician, solving problems.
That's a good point. Yeah.
One of those toys is Lego, one is Tinker Toys, one is puzzles.
Yeah.
And all of those, and even toolbox kind of things, building, and most of those toys generally are put on the boy aisle rather than on the girl aisle. And I think, what if we change the way that we set up aisles and had like a pink aisle? And I even think like Lego should make pink Legos and purple Legos. But say you have a pink aisle and you have a pink doll, and you have next to it pink Hot Wheels and a pink Lego kit.
Yeah.
And you have your pink
I
eye.
like the color coordination. I don't think it's a problem, but the question is, should we mandate this?
No. No, 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 no. I don't ever believe in mandates.
No mandates here, folks. We're not forcing this upon store owners to do this. Yeah, we're not like Al Franken. We wouldn't want to push mandates on people.
Absolutely, you're right.
That's right. The Teletubbies would be in the fruity ass aisle, according to Scissor Fight.
And well, you know what, printer? Maybe a toy company or someone like Walmart could do research study on this. Which way would sell better? Hey, we're going to take one Walmart and we're going to try it Sarah's way, and maybe it might sell more. Your daughter has pink Legos already and your boy plays with Star Wars Lego? Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that then. No, David doesn't have a GoPro either. Thank you, 602. I agree, and I'll continue to do so. Well, if you don't like me talking, you can always leave the show. It's not that hard to do. Okay, I'm glad to hear it, Behavior. I am. You're right, I'm not a salesperson. You played with barbed wire and copperheads when you were a kid. Fantastic. Oh, thank you. No, I'm going to stay here. Printer says the problem is gender roles are ingrained long before that trip to the toy store. That's true. That is probably true. And I don't know. It's fine to have ideas. They do that in market research and product placement and things like that. This is just one idea, and I'd like to see if any research has been done about that. Maybe it's already been done. Maybe they've done it, tried it, and it doesn't work. But there's a lot of, there are boys that their favorite color is pink, and there are girls whose favorite color is blue or brown or whatever, or yellow. So,
well, I don't know. I feel like we're kind of, in the effort to be gender neutral, our culture is becoming gender non-specific. Humans are not replicating. Okay, certain people aren't having children, and you think it might have anything to do with the fact that maybe we're trying to steer people away from gender typing, like a manly man and be hooked up with a sweet, demure little girl, woman. It's like, I don't know. A manly man should never be with a sweet
what
little
am
girl.
I worried more about? Legos or Facebook? Legos.
I think women are confined by the roles that they're playing. I think that's a problem because women are taking up a large portion of our economy. Their professional careers are evolving. Like I said last night, women are doing better than men economically right now. So something about our current system is working for women, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think that we all make our choices, but
our current system is working for women.
yeah, I think women are working, and whatever happened out of the '60s, whether it was the planned CIA attempt to break up our entire culture and force women to work with feminism.
Well, I think transhumanism, Candy Rain, is more like people becoming like half robots, like you say.
Okay, Wired, thanks, Spawn Trump.
Can we put that over here so
Yeah.
when it opens? No, I mean not that. I mean
the
that.
whole thing?
Yeah. That way when it opens over here.
Right, okay.
Anyway, that's just one of the things I've been thinking about.
Women are doing better for those in their 20s and 30s. All I'm thinking is we can't force this issue. So people in the marketplace, the capitalist system can steer wherever it wants to go in this area. But forcing gender non-specific habits, special bathrooms for transgenders. We don't support that.
Are you moving up to the Brooks Range of Alaska, Misanthropy?
That's a pretty amazing area of Alaska. Cabbage Patch dolls are in the WTF file. There you go. Yeah, so where would Cabbage Patch dolls go in your area? Male, I mean, color-wise, what color would Cabbage Patch dolls be?
Well, they come with different colored clothing.
So you'd say that you put a pink Cabbage Patch doll in the pink section and a green one in the Cabbage Patch doll in the green section?
Yes.
Oh, that makes for a very strange
Why?
retail setup. Because
Why?
I worked in men's furnishings for a while, and I can tell you that from a logistics point of view, the department store is going to go crazy. You know, I mean, just marketing alone on the multiple tiers is ridiculous. You know.
It's just color. I mean.
I know, but I mean, okay. So if you suggest it, great. If people want to do it, great. If they don't want to do it, the market doesn't meet the need. If nobody wants to install individual solo bathrooms, which we think defies the whole transgender bathroom issue, is everyone gets their own private area. If people can't do that, then the market won't bear it. You know, there's got to be a market for everything, right? So if we make new bathrooms and we make the group style where people, you know, are open stall, that's not going to work. The market doesn't want that. The market wants privacy.
Right.
Yeah. So the market will dictate the direction as long as we can make it affordable. Lately, if we force our will upon people like the Democrats have been doing, we end up spending more money for regulations and more government. My businesses didn't really have stellar sales, but I'm a marketing genius, I can tell you that. We can't vote for a guy who looks like his face is falling off. Yeah. We want somebody bright and happy, not some old guy who wonders why didn't the guy ever get married or have a girlfriend? What's going on with that guy? I'm not referring to any names here. Just a major senator who happened to win an election with pretty strange circumstances, I might say. I know many people in Minnesota are wondering how did Al Franken become a president, our senator here, there, I don't know. And when is Al Franken going to get a wife there? You know, you can hear the people out there in Bismarck, Minnesota, or North Dakota, rather, in Bemidji, Minnesota, asking, how about that there Al Franken here? Is he ever going to get married?
So wait, they turned the men's rooms into gender-neutral bathrooms, Printer? Is that what happens?
What happened? They turned... Dave, I told you how they installed gender-neutral bathrooms at my university, so most guys just use the private handicap bathroom next to them, and the women now have 2 bathrooms. Oh, okay, Sack Printer. That's pretty funny. I heard you got that link for all you sheeple out there. Let's take a look at this story that just came in.
This is the media could not be played. Oh, that's because that's the Epic browser and that's the Chrome browser.
Oh, okay.
So then you'd have to move it up here, I think.
Yep. We made it really hard for ourselves, so.
Well, I don't know.
No, I mean, I think Epic actually screens quite a bit of the crap coming into the computer. So, our biggest problem was, getting crap in our computer. So let's take a look.
Not in fact a sphere, but actually a flat disk.
What? Oh, we don't want to talk about flat Earth stories. I'm sorry. We can't even acknowledge the existence of flat Earth people.
This is like not just flat Earth, it's all the conspiracy stuff.
No, I'm saying whenever they group flat Earth people with conspiracy theory, they usually are degrading good conspiracy theory, like we're being hit with chemtrails, like our government is taking away our rights and freedoms because the police state is forming. Your mom just posted Fox News is the most accurate and honest news. I told her not to.
Or I told her not.
Not. Yeah. I know your parents are going to disagree with you a lot on issues. Some of them are siding on the left, some of them are siding on the right, and finding their place in the political spectrum. We try to find a middle ground where we can talk about issues, not label each other, well, you're a Republican, I can't talk to you. Or you're a Democrat, I can't talk to you.
You're a good conspiracy theorist because you fine-tuned your beliefs. Okay. All right.
We have people that are absolutely insane who happen to be in the chat room. So if the chat becomes shat, it's no longer worth reading. Yes.
Shall I start going through and getting rid of some of these things, since it just said, like...
Okay, this is the story. A doctor
Actually, I'll
fatally
do that later.
shot, wound 6 people in New York hospital. Yeah, doctors fatally shoots 1, wounds 6.
All right, I'm gonna go.
All right, I'll take a look at that story. Thank you, Sarah. There is some asparagus on the counter,
Oh,
on
thank
the
you.
stove for you, but I didn't make dinner, so.
No, because I had dinner, remember?
Oh yeah, we both had dinner. It was amazing. All right, let's make this happen. It's a story of a guy named David. Somebody said I look like Bobby Brady of the Brady Bunch. My hairdo is a Bobby Brady look, and I thought that was pretty nice. You know, Bobby Brady has made a lot of money over the years. I'm sure the residual checks are just piling up for Bobby Brady. The Brady Bunch is in syndication. It's been on cable TV forever, you know. Yeah, still gets lots of views. People are enamored by the family called the Brady Bunch. We don't care what people are wearing here. Does anybody have anything on their mind at all? Or has fluoride kicked in thoroughly in your drinking water? Yeah. Have you lost your ability to think clearly? We're all in kind of a fugue state. It's apparent. We showed you the guy who brutally beat up his girlfriend. I don't really want to go back there. And I don't really know if I should make it a memorable link. You know, it's like beating up people is not really a link. And that was an Elvis site. We're pretty much dedicated to Elvis, so that goes to the next tier up. I believe Elvis will return and make another appearance on television. I still believe that. The real Elvis is still alive and living in Graceland, and his daughter knows it. Priscilla knows it. She just won't let anyone know about it. Elvis is alive. Okay. Oh, Will and Grace is coming back? You can't wait. Wow. A lot of those returns to TV are not really what they thought they were. You know, like the Gilmore Girls. It's like one grew up, the other one didn't. The mother didn't, and you know, they split their lives up. They were no longer into each other. You were in a city with fluoridated water until I was 19, he says. Then moved to a city with 0 fluoride and have been there since. Oh, wow, cool. The conspiracy to assassinate Martin Luther King Jr. by the deep state. Misanthropy. Okay, I'll see if I get that link. There it is. Priscilla is his wife. Thank you. Lisa Marie. Thank you for correcting me. My mistake. You'd think a person who's obsessed with Elvis like I am would know whether Priscilla was his wife or not. I know. It wasn't written into my program. No, I don't have any British friends or lobbyists in the States. No, I'm not keen on talking to people from other countries. I would be violating the Logan Act. David, do you understand what the whole transgender thing is all about? Yes, it's about depopulation. I'll check facts. Thanks, Kiss Fan. Well, Kiss Fan, you told me there was no such thing as an Indian motorcycle from 1975, and I showed you one from 1979. Oh, good. I'm glad you feel good. Okay, let's play this out.
Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in this difficult time for the United States, it's perhaps well to ask what kind of a nation we are and what direction we want to move in.
In late 1999, the King family filed a civil case accusing Lloyd Jowers and others, including unspecified governmental agencies, for the wrongful killing of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The King family did not believe James Earl Ray was guilty of the crime.
Yeah, I agree. That's very true. Martin Luther King never got justice, I'll tell you that, and I don't believe James Earl Ray was the killer either.
You know, privileged children are, you know,
And Elvis wanted her to have everything.
because he didn't really know. He too grew up very, very poor.
Yeah, Paul.
And it's exactly what you said the other day. Oh, right. Oh.
Okay, here is Priscilla Presley, the wife, thank you, sitting with Lisa Marie, talking about Elvis, and right before she said he was talking about it just the other day, and she said it so matter-of-factly. Yeah, Priscilla Presley. Let's see this again.
And he said, you know, oh, right. Poor.
Yeah, Paul.
And it's exactly what you said the other day.
Okay, then she realized right there that she blew it. Elvis is supposed to be dead in everyone's eyes, except she doesn't. The secret's out.
Oh, right.
You can tell she has that look of, oh no, I just screwed up. Uh-oh, I screwed up. Yeah, she's got that look. Oh, I hope no one sees that. Well, the world's seeing it now, and we're also knowing that Martin Luther King was probably assassinated by somebody other than James Earl Ray. So why has our country never really gotten to the bottom of a lot of this stuff? I mean, that's why I believe wholeheartedly that we need a media verification alliance that could fix a lot of this controversy by resolving certain issues. I mean, it's kind of sad and tragic that we have this unfortunate Snopes and factcheck.org, which has already been debunked, and they themselves have all kinds of sordid pasts and have all kinds of strange dealings. One's into whatever, I don't want to get into it, but they're into some pretty weird stuff, those Snopes people. They make a lot of money doing it. So I played the Elvis video. I hope you liked that. But the Media Verification Alliance I thought was up in this region, and it doesn't seem to be. There it is. Okay. This is what I'm proposing for America in lieu of all this false flaggery that's been happening. And I believe that something like this could be embedded in our government as an opportunity for people who want to just hang out in their retirement and just travel around. We could cover your gas expenses and a cheap motel. And you'd be consigned to do the checking by going to autopsy areas, checking results, taking handheld cameras, posting your YouTube videos. I don't have a wig. This is my real hair. I have a wig over here. Yeah. Well, that's not a nice thing to say about black people. Played the Elvis song in a bar with his son. Okay. Well, we did that earlier. You weren't here. Yeah, we've already played that, man. Oh yeah. David, did you know Elvis very well could be alive as a fact that visitors to Graceland are not allowed to go upstairs? No kidding, David Sponheim. I did not know that. Okay, let's play that part of the bar where he is. A lot of you wanted to see that again. Here he is with his son, Matt Parker. We fade to me talking. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. I just played you what many people believe is the Elvis Presley that's been hiding at Graceland for the past 40 years. Yeah. 40 years incognito, hiding in Graceland, and now it's the truth be told. His voice is bigger than ever. Yeah, we actually checked to see how many people believed it was Elvis, and half believed it was Elvis earlier. Are you kidding? I grew up with Elvis. Everything in my youth was all about Elvis and the Beatles. I don't think so. No, I've never played an actor. I'm not an actor. I have no professional training whatsoever.
Like, I cannot give you what, there's no condemnation in Christ. There's no nothing of just love. It's what will break it. It's freedom. It is freedom. The only freedom we have is truly. Here you go, boss. Go.
Now, how many people believe that's Elvis? Seriously, press 1 if you do believe it's Elvis. Don't press anything if you don't believe it's Elvis. Anybody believe it's Elvis? Am I the only one? Well, he was getting a little old there at the end. I've never been to Graceland now. So nobody believes that was Elvis? All right. I guess I just don't know. I don't really... Yeah, maybe I'm just more into vocals than you are. My voice is not quiet. It's loud. I got more votes than you. I got 4,300 votes in my local area. For me. Well, Elvis's voice did give out at the end there. He's 82 years old. What do you expect? I mean, my God. Why do I live like this? All right. Well, I guess nobody believes it's Elvis. I'm going to have to drop the whole subject. Okay, spy split open Moscow hit by downpour of the century. Wow. Moscow region has been hit by a powerful storm that brought heavy torrential rains and hail. The capital has not seen such a storm in almost 100 years, according to meteorologists. Wow, look at that. Moscow being punished by the Lord for hacking our election. Wow. Go figure. I don't believe that's happening. I checked. All the tripwires are in place. You wouldn't be able to put that there if you want your face left. Ignore the canned peas crisis, Dave. Good job. Now we got to go to the new caddy. I got to go to the dog thing now. It's finally getting to the point where I can't ignore something so horrible. Now, Kiss Fan 71 gave this a story that just blew my mind. Ever since Trump allows now chicken to come from China, we won't know for sure if we're not getting dog meat. Now, this is an article that's extremely disturbing. Watch your video signal and make sure if you can handle it. But these dogs are all hanging by their necks, skinned. Okay, that's what they're doing. They're feeding people dog meat. Okay, God has struck them from above. Now, the last link you sent me, Kiss Fan, had a video of a YouTube of an actual dog torture chamber where they kill them and break their necks before they eat them. So if you want to get that link to me, I'll play that later too. I can't believe that Trump would allow chicken from China when we don't even know if it's chicken. Now, how many people believe that maybe something at the Chinese buffet that they went to possibly was other than chicken? Hit 1. Anybody who had something that didn't taste like chicken at the Chinese buffet when it says chicken? Yeah. Anybody at all? You don't eat out? You have no money? You only go to fast food restaurants? Okay. All right. So I guess everyone believes that Elvis is still dead and the food at the chicken is other than... Oh, we've got one person who believes it possibly something other than chicken. Okay. 530. You're alive. Screw it. Let's do it live. Well, the chicken story is true. Trump has now authorized Chinese chicken. Look it up. There you go. Kissman has video. Let's take a look. Oh, maybe inappropriate. Oh, I don't want to sign in there. Let me see if I can copy link address. Yeah, that's kind of wild to see this, but yeah, you're about to see something even more disturbing. Kissfan just brought in. This is an area in China which is turning, well, the cruel fate of racing greyhounds exported to China. These dogs have been working all their life in race tracks, and then they get sent there to be eaten. Check this out. They're boiling the dog alive. Did you see that? They just threw the dog in alive into the hot boiling water, kind of like a lobster. Is this making you sick? 993 women, ladies, geisha girls watching from Osaka, welcome. No Vaseline and wig, because there's no wig, it's my real hair. All right, you're gonna beat me over the gun for having put a little mousse in my hair. I know, I can see that. Well, you do it with crabs. I would think a lot of you dog owners would find this a little disturbing. I'm surprised. Have you been completely indifferent to life and death? I mean, I just showed you a greyhound that served its life on the racetracks getting thrown in a hot boiling water. Now, what's to say that that food isn't going to come into our country now that Trump is allowing Chinese chicken into our country? Well, anybody? Is anybody out there? Google Translate. We've got this amazing tool here at our disposal. The geisha girls are saying something to me. 993 geisha love the United States. Geisha girls watch from Osaka, Dave. Well, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for coming into our show. I'll have to play that later.
You'd probably point to photographs like these of Earth from space. And then I'd say, hey, if you want to trust the space agencies to tell you the truth, go ahead. But if you ask me, they're part of a conspiracy to lie to you. And then you'd say, what about the fact that if you fly in one direction long enough, you end up in the same place? Ha! That's just what the Illuminati wants you to think.
Yeah, okay. It's called bombarding you with all kinds of conspiracy theories so you don't believe any of them. That's what that's about. The Pelosi stew? That sounds like an odd dish. What do you find that in the Castro district or something? I don't know. She's getting some more work done, but it's going to take a while before this one, you know, the swelling is coming down a little bit. But she'll look better soon. Normally this doesn't, there's no normally a reaction like this, but like that lady that Trump attacked, saying she was bleeding from her facelift, that was a really low blow, you know. Too much to handle, I know. David, why do we have an oddball sign in supporters? I'm not sure. What do you mean, oddball sign in supporters? Okay. Oh, this is another diversionary tactic that they use. This is it. Are aliens real? Hacking Group Anonymous claims NASA will announce extraterrestrial life. This is a CIA release to continually confuse us and make us think, oh, maybe aliens are abducting children. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that the Podestas happen to run Media Matters, and it's kind of amazing. They also manage websites involving reptilians, Palladians, out-of-body experiences. Yeah. Well, let's be clear. Konnichiwa. That's amazing how many people are watching worldwide. We've got an amazing ability now to communicate internationally. I really am quite shocked at how well this worked out. And that's the best thing that's happened overall since we started doing the show 9 years ago, going on 9 years ago. Show in Osaka, #1. You are a geek at or oh my gosh! You want me to look at your body? No. No, not going to happen. That only is for special occasions for you and your lover. Wow, you're sick. Guess 119 has been removed temporarily. My shoulders are not small, they're rounded. I have massive shoulders. They're built like a pinion. Have you been to an engineering area where people have bodies that are big, like mine? My torso can handle over 700,000 pounds of pressure. Curiosity rover spots a mystery object on the red planet. Is this a real story? Let's see. I know who Mika Brzezinski is, yeah. She's Bignu's daughter. Yeah. Depicted in Eyes Wide Shut as a teen prostitute who's having fun with 2 Asian businessmen. But that doesn't mean he has to talk about her facelift this way, Spawn. Mika Brzezinski has a right to her opinions. They're not droopy shoulders. God, you're so critical. David, do you have millions of viewers? Yes, I do. It's because I'm so painfully honest. That's why people watch me. Is this an alien spaceship on Mars or NASA debris? I don't know. Curiosity rover spots a mystery object on the red planet, sending a conspiracy theorist into spin. Yeah, this is one of their fake sites here. Yeah, see, this is what I don't believe. NASA Curiosity rover has snapped a photo of a mysterious object on the surface of Mars. Yeah, right, sure. You know, NASA rover, you know where NASA rover is right now? It's in Greenland. I can give you a picture of it. My neck and shoulders are stronger than anything. I am a cybernetic organism, human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. You continue to tell me I have really strong shoulders, you are going to get something bad happen to you. I will have to send my love child after you. I have 7 trillion viewers. You Googled me, really? That's cool. I have a picture of the rover on Greenland. Let me show it to you. Yeah, I have an entire section set up for the UFO situation. We've been lied to a lot. I think the whole NASA thing has been kind of a never a straight answer is another alternative. But check this out. This is kind of shocking.
Hey guys, thank you for watching. Wait till you see this. If you haven't seen this already, man, wait till you see this.
Equipment. So, that was all that picture had. Let's see what this one's got. Another one over here. What's that say? No. Alright, let's head back this way. Yeah, if you go look at Mars pictures, go to Gigapan or any site that has, you can even go to nasa.gov and look at all their Mars frauds. And check out those images. They're identical to these. Yeah, this is very empty here. Oh, there's one of those ATVs. All right, now we're on to something. Oh, I got another truck. Oh yeah, it says NASA. What's that say? Mars Project?
Cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-fleshing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm...
Okay, without the vernacular, he's just showing you how they faked everything. This is actually a picture of Greenland. Yeah. It's really kind of a bizarre twist of fate, but he's taking a picture of Greenland. And there it is. Yeah, so they do a lot of the rover work on Greenland, and yeah, it's kind of hilarious. But kind of wasting my time talking about it. So let's move on. There's the rover itself.
Quite believable. But what do you think? Are they sending scientists up on ATVs to practice on the rover in a remote island in Greenland? I doubt that highly. But I did see something cool on the site. You could send Curiosity a postcard. So I was like, sweet.
Okay, so that's that with that. Thought I'd show you that. They found that on Greenland. So there's a lot of questions about NASA. I will get NASA to get returns on investment. I will make sure that their satellite delivery systems get money back. You know, India just delivered an amazing 112 satellites into the atmosphere at once. Phenomenal. Yet we can't deliver one. Okay, the Russians are trying to court you in so many ways. Not only are they, in Donald Trump's pants, but they've got some beautiful women that are out there holding weapons, looking at you, winning you over with their looks. The Russian women are very beautiful, you know. Oh, yes, very much so. How do you Americans feel being turned into Russians? NASA rover prototype set to explore Greenland ice sheet. See? So they work in Greenland to give you those fake pictures. And it turns out there's a lot of pictures that are NASA related that show pictures of other areas like Ireland. It's supposed to be Mars. There's one of them, one famous one that came out. The Hittite hordes aren't a big problem. I haven't noticed any major problem there. Oh, and other beautiful women, Russian women. You're just in love with Russian women, aren't you? Politics for dummies. Yeah. I have eggs, but, I buy them at the store. Yes, you liked Russia so much, you Americans should change your name to Russians. You will soon, by order of the President, Vladimir Putin. I don't have any skin cancer. Why do you keep saying that? Okay, conspiracy picture number 4375, pulling up from archives. One moment, please. You like Russian women, huh? Maybe you like alien, huh? Give you a little alien for you for dinner. I'd like to have them fried aliens. Now, you weren't really upset when I played you pictures of dogs being eaten in China. How do you like to eat some fried aliens? Anybody? Anybody in on that? Yeehaw! Looking for a picture of Ireland. Yes. NASA Ireland picture. Unavailable at present. Reconfiguring hard drive. Beep, 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 beep. I give you other alien right here, huh? You like that? That's Theresa May. She's a very big person in the UK. Yeah. They are not susceptible to Russian politics the way that Donald Trump is, because Donald Trump is very, very greedy. We make him a honeypot for controlling America. We simply bribe him with lots of money like condos in Florida. Very easy to win man over, control him, then have him in hotel room. Unnatural poses. Videotape used against him, and then of course Putin denies this. How do you like being an idiot? Somehow having a president who's an even bigger idiot. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit bummed out by Trump's behavior, I'll tell you that. Here's a possible Russian cyber attack. We were attacked just the other day. We were attacked just the other day on Facebook by the Russian, somebody in Russia. I'm not kidding either. So they know I'm onto their little game plan. Officials fear Russia could try to target U.S. through Kaspersky Lab. They actually went there. There's the chat. They went to the Kaspersky Lab and they interviewed people separately. They took them aside after their job and interviewed every one of them. It's a typical method that they use. Okay, we got that link. Officials fear Russia could be. Okay, thanks. You don't mind being an idiot. It gets tiresome doing stupid things, though, yeah. Why does every meal you cook turn into a casserole? Because I'm cooking for 6 or 7 people at a time. I try to make people large things that they can stick in the refrigerator and save money. I mean, that's a very pretty woman, very, very pretty women in Russia, yes. Politics for Dummies, could you not post pictures of the women you think are wonderful? Go to Pinterest, it'd be better. I don't think yoga is considered satanic, no. I am not old, fat, and useless. I'm not even old. I'm 57. If the Russians get a hold of the plimp, what is that, the blimp plane? The plimp plane? What do you mean plimp? Cheers, 8231. I have blonde eyelashes, it's true. It's kind of weird. I can't control it. I wish I had darker brown eyelashes because somebody said I should wear mascara because they think I have no eyelashes. It sucks. It sucks being me. How about that for an attitude? How you doing? I don't know, it sucks being me. Well, you can always get a facelift and go try to get into Mar-a-Lago's New Year's Eve party. I'm here! I'm bleeding from my facelift! What the hell is Donald Trump going on? You know what I think is the biggest problem is this video is not playing. I think the biggest problem is Donald Trump is a tweetaholic. I mean, let's face it, that's the biggest problem. They should have just stopped him tweeting. He kept tweeting and just can't stop tweeting. He just can't. Being told what to do is something he doesn't like. Here we go. ABC News has learned that top officials in the U.S. government are increasingly worried that the Moscow-based company Kaspersky Lab could pose a potential national security threat. Officials are concerned that the Russian government spies might try to exploit its antivirus software to snoop on Americans or attack the nation's critical infrastructure. Sources tell ABC News the FBI is in the midst of a counterintelligence investigation of the Kaspersky Lab. The company and its founder, Eugene Kaspersky, have repeatedly insisted it poses no threat to the U.S. and would never take or allow hostile action on behalf of the Russian government. Well, we shall see. Thank you, ABC. And this is this is the link, the master link for Trump. It has 100 links we saved on Delicious. If you're trying to worry about keeping the story alive, you can go take a delve into that area and find stuff to talk about with your family who says, there's no proof that Russia and Trump are doing anything. If he's sexually frustrated with a wife like Melania who happens to be in a date or something with some guy, have you heard about the recent rumor that Melania is involved with the lead security guy at Tiffany's and Trump's okay with it? It's right out of the House of Cards script. It really is. It's bizarre. That's probably why she seems to never go out, except because she's privately meeting this guy. She doesn't want to be seen. Yeah, I don't think Melania is a kind of woman who's going to put up with a lot of stuff. You know, we know for a fact that her behavior at the inauguration was absolutely horrific. It showed that she's like being victimized in some way. I know it sounds crazy, but pictures don't lie. A picture is 1,000 words. And boy, does this one talk.
my prayer that God will bless you, your family. And it started to rain, Mr. President, when you came to the platform. And it's my prayer that God will bless you, your family.
And, you know, I want to reiterate that the Free Melania movement, a couple of people who tweeted about that got positive tweets from Melania. She liked it. She liked it. And we can track her tweets. That's the interesting thing about the transparency in our country right now. We can track her tweets and know that she actually liked it when they were talking about how she was being forced to be this way. I mean, yeah. It's amazing Trump is trying to copy my hair. It's apparently my hair is almost a symbol, an emblem of what America is today. All right. Press 1 if we don't do mods. No, actually, we don't press 1 at all. We're wild. We're having it. I got to go through my links and show you guys what's happening. Okay, coming up at the top of the link library from this past week, we're kind of doing a recap. It's one of the things I do. That's very dark. I do a little round robin of what kind of links we've hit. Some of the weirdest ones coming up this week, so you know Fridays are always good for that. This is a report that John Podesta is under investigation, under an active investigation as the case goes hot. Now, I cannot in any way validate this link or what it's purporting, but my hair is a symbol of dried up straw of America. Hey, they're going to love me in Iowa. They love straw in Iowa. I should just go there with my straw-like hair. I want you to vote for me because my hair looks like straw. It has the same consistency as corn. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your straw. Okay, well, I'm going to take this fulcrum and stick it where the sun don't shine. It's going to stay there. Okay, that's not what you think it is. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, this is the Seth Rich Seth Rich JFK mortality probability calculator. It uses mathematics to analyze whether Seth Rich and JFK should be investigated. Ever. And this is the best link of all. It actually gives you, a guy went out and wrote verbatim what Trump had said. And it is literally verbatim, one mistruth after another. Trump lies. Check it out. Keep it in your link library forever and ever and ever. Because it really covers the gambit of things that he said, the mistruths. And it lays it all in the line. Okay there, welcome to Brillo Pad Hair Day with Dave. Oh, give me a break. You're mixing two fake stories together and now claiming that one person's missing? That's just ridiculous. You're reaching. The lies about me on the internet is crazy. Absolutely crazy. 3 journalists leave CNN after... Oh yeah, after retracting the article. You hear the 3 journalists that said everything was accurate about Russia trying to get Trump to get rid of the sanctions? Everything was accurate, but they just decided to pull it at CNN, and those 3 journalists that worked on that article said, I'm out of here. This is it. That was the one that definitely broke the camel's back. What do you want to look at? What site do you want to see? 1904? Now, y'all making some big statements about my hair. And I don't think that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to play Can't Stop now as torture for your brain. Tomorrow night is the legendary Mojo Hour. You know, we stay up till 2 in the morning with playing videos, so if you have nothing to watch and you're really out there. But on Saturday night, we stay up until 3 in the morning for the Mojo Hour. Non-stop trippy music and weird thoughts. The Mojo Hour, coming up at 2 in the morning on Saturday night. So if for those of you in Europe, it might be fun to watch, because you're watching me in the morning on your end. Oh, that's ridiculous. I would never do that. Oh, no. I need my sleep. I need my baby's sleep. I would never do that. Can't stop because we won't stop. We are robotic and we are replicating. Welcome to the drone-operated show of David Sponheim, America's Third Party. I am not a drone. I am human. Okay, man's BMW is now bursting with cockroaches after parking a car at an airport. Check this out, man. You're not gonna like this, man. You look at those cockroaches. Okay. I paid for the BMW and now I got this, okay? I'm from Hawaii and now look at this, huh? Living in paradise is not without its challenges. Take, for instance, when your luxury vehicle ends up infested with cockroaches. That's what happened to a Hawaiian man's BMW last week after he parked it for a few days under a tree at Kona Airport. Okay. Say hello to my little cockroach. Yeah, that would be really disturbing, especially if you're in the seat and you're like, sure. I don't know. There used to be a caster on Vaughn named Mojo. Well, that probably was me, man. I came in with a different whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was trying to work a couple different shows at the time. Y'all thought I was cool, so I did the show, but nobody knew that I was this white guy. David's little cockroach. Now, I've never met Bruce from Port Louis. You sound like you're really into it there, Big Fistula. I'm not judging you either. Well, that's your problem, Joey. You can not worry about it and just find the right gal. She'll love you anyway. Yeah. It's not the, it's not the motion of the lotion. It's the angle of the dangle. Dude, I would never do that. You know, there are people claiming that, seriously, claiming that I masturbated online. I've never done that with anyone. And these people are running around going, that, how can you even say that stuff about me? You're getting that red flush like howdy doody. Well, maybe it's howdy doody time. Have you ever thought that maybe this show was kind of like that? Howdy doody show? It's possible. I don't know, a lot of you people want to relegate everyone to, you know, tinfoil hat time. You know, a lot of people are waking up right now. They're waking up to the fact that chemtrails are being sprayed in their skies. The government doesn't seem to be, you know, stopping endless pollution that's happening. We've got ridiculous amounts of crap in our actual stores that should have probably been banned 50 years ago. Today I went out and bought some Bonami, a cleanser, which does, in my opinion, just as good a job as Ajax and Comet. But Ajax and Comet are sitting right there for less money. And Ajax and Comet's going to burn your entire sewer system out. No, it's not a family photo. It's how people are characterized in our world for simply speaking out about chemtrails. It's a sad reality that our government created the idea of conspiracy theory, implanted it in your mind. Nobody ever talked about the word conspiracy theory until people started asking questions. I would stock up on Roundup only to get rid of it. But it's so damn expensive. It should be taken off the shelves. It shouldn't even be out there. It's got a dangerous chelator in it called glyphosate, which literally will melt down your entire plastic container it's sitting in if it sits long enough. Seriously. Okay, Fortune. What's this about? Fiat Chrysler is recalling 297,000 minivans over airbags. So if you've got a Fiat Chrysler, you may want to be concerned.
Accidentally exploding airbags have forced Chrysler to recall nearly 300,000 Dodge Grand Caravans. CBS News is reporting that the car's airbags are sometimes deploying inadvertently. In a statement, Chrysler said that wiring may chafe against pieces of steering wheel trim, potentially causing a short circuit. And that short circuit eventually causes the driver's side airbag to explode. The recall is only for 2011 and 2012 Dodge Grand Caravan minivans. The company says that so far there have been 8 potentially related minor injuries, but no accidents associated with the defect. Van owners can schedule to get them fixed for free or call a Fiat Chrysler Recall Information Center.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Contact your Chrysler Fiat Recall Center and everything should be copacetic. Okay, this is a good one. Trump's campaign chief firm got $17 million from a pro-Russian party. And this story broke out this week when Paul Manafort decided to say register as an actual Russian liaison. He actually worked for Russia. So Trump's campaign's chief worked for Russia, and he had to say that in formal terms this past week. There's the link there. Okay. David, chemicals in Roundup are harsh, but without it, people can't keep insects under control. Okay. All right, so the deal is we have a situation where I'm here. You can get rid of insects using sprays, okay? You can get rid of, on the spot, you can get rid of hornets using pesticides. I actually think that's probably a good thing. There are times when you have to use a pesticide. There are times when you absolutely have to get rid of an ant infestation. So don't kid yourself. I'm not completely against all of that. But Roundup is an herbicide, which has already got 8 or 9 dangerous, noxious weeds that are resistant to it. So it doesn't have any real reason, in my mind, that we would use something that is dangerous and toxic to deal with a problem with some common weeds. And by the way, they don't kill the root structure of the weeds, they just kill the leaves. They basically, it's such a strong chellator that it burns up all of the leaves, and it dies and then comes right back up again. So it makes no sense to have Roundup on the market, considering it is a dangerous chellator that has been linked to cancer. Now, this past week in the news, California has declared that Roundup is one of the toxic chemicals that is listed as cancerous. I have shortened my post as much as I can. No, never talked about that. I talked about adding a vape room, a humidor in the White House, so people could actually go in and just walk into a room with active vape, you know, and spend 10 seconds and walk out. Any longer and you'd get blitzed out of your mind. But I don't think I want to do that. It's just unbecoming of the presidency to have a vape room, a humidor, where you'd walk in and get high. I think that's wrong, and I'm going to retract my my idea of having a humidor in the back room over here. This was going to be the humidor room over here, where you walk in and get high in 10 seconds and walk out. Well, I think vaping in public places in some states now that are legal, it has become kind of commonplace. I mean, I walk into casinos, and I swear I see at least 3 or 4 people sitting there on their little vaporizer, with electronic vaporizer that hits a coil and activates something. And I have no idea if they're getting high on THC or not. But they sit there and push the button $5 every time they bet. Yeah, you know how $20 betting in casinos now in Washington? You can hit a $20 button every time you press it, it's $20. Isn't that unreal? Yeah, they've actually come to think about soap and water will kill hornets, just spray them with it. Okay, soap and water. There you go. There's a natural alternative to pesticides whenever you can. I'm talking about the big picture here, not the little details. I'm not trying to kill Dow, and I'm not trying to kill Monsanto. I just think we need to rethink how we deal with herbicides, because that's a big problem. A pot room filled with smoke. It's not smoke, it's vape. Well, vaping didn't really get dorky at all because people actually are learning to vape naturally. So they don't have any toxic residue of CO2. A lot of the vape that's out there right now, the refined THC that they sell, is not naturally derived. They use butane to make it. So it's dangerous to your health. But there is one type, it's called rosin, that's in a heat press. They press it right down and they get this really concentrated stuff, and that stuff is totally natural. If you use it with a vaporizer, there's no residue, there's no resin, and it's a direct high. So, you know, a lot of this stuff will be eventually selling in the market, and worldwide people will want and demand high quality products from California, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, wherever they're making really good weed. Yeah. So we're really looking at a, no, of course not. We're really looking at a brand new revolution of sorts in legal marijuana and cannabis and hemp. So I'm in favor of it. But not even the Democrats have come out to talk about that. They don't even want to discuss it. It's like they themselves are afraid to admit that they smoke marijuana. I mean, how ridiculous. We need honesty in our government. We're not getting it from our politicians. I mean, if you seriously believe that Trump has never smoked marijuana, which he claims, then fine, whatever. I mean, here's a guy who spent most of his time at Studio 54 when he was in his 20s and 30s. I mean, believe me, they had every drug on earth there. I find it hard to believe that stuff. A little boy has a higher IQ than Einstein and Hawking. Really? He's an 11-year-old British boy. And they never tested Einstein's IQ, so it's kind of hard to say that they're saying this. And Stephen Hawking's probably no longer living. That's probably a John Nash or something. But there's no picture of the kid, so. There's no real reference to him. But we have a picture of him here. There he is. He was in deep meditation when they captured his picture. There you go. The smartest kid in the world. Gold 1241, silver 1661, and Dow Jones dropping to 21,349. Wow. Silver, gold, stationary. Wow. Kind of strange, isn't it? Silver's kind of going down in price, I think. I know. He was in the prenatal stage when that picture was taken. Wouldn't you just love to have an aunt who looked like that when you came in? Hi, Auntie. I'm here. Oh, God, no. Oh, no, not you. Your contacts in Prague indicated change in power. Yes, I foresaw that. I'm psychic. He's a British boy who could challenge me in any specific question. I myself have been working with my ancestors to try to come up with better ways of fixing the planet Earth. Do you believe we're descendants from these aliens? I don't even believe in aliens. Oh, Auntie. Well, your contacts are right. There's going to be a change in power. It's coming. Kevin Bacon. Taken to the cleaners by Bernard Madoff for $18 million. In the Bernard Madoff scam, Ponzi scam. $70 billion he made off with. Poor Kevin Bacon, man. He lost a lot of money with that guy. I feel for him. I feel for him. I can't imagine losing 20 million, let alone 18. That's right, chatters. I am simply here as a kind of a representative of all of the past alien presidential candidates. Many have arrived, have made their appearance. I'm just like them in many ways. You can call me my favorite presidential candidate. How about that? That's an excellent idea, David. I think all of us should become presidential candidates like you. Ray Walston of My Favorite Martian. Somebody made a reference in chat. I just had to follow up with that. I'm not an alien. Don't worry. I'm real. I'm a real American. Well, how are you going to get your body near me when I blow your head clean off? Boy, I get a lot of death threats every night in our chat. It's amazing. Isn't it amazing? How many death threats do you get in one night, Dave? Wow, this is weird. Fidget spinners are now bursting into flames, still cheaper than getting a Ritalin prescription. Some of you parents are dealing with the fidget spinners. Kids are loving them because it seems to be the thing with autism. And since most of the kids now are, 85% of the kids in America are going to be autistic by 2032. Yeah, and nobody seems to care. But the story is serious. Fidget spinners are now catching on fire, just like vape pens and hoverboards. Wow. Unbelievable. Made in China.
Over fidget spinners may be taking a dangerous new turn tonight. There are reports a couple of them have caught fire, including one right here in Michigan. Tonight, a woman from Fenton has a warning for you. 7 Action News reporter Aaron Baskerville is live with what happened here. Aaron, now another warning, huh?
Yeah, there's been 2 so far, Carolyn, and you know, obviously everybody knows about these toys. You'd have to be hiding underneath a rock if you didn't. These fidget spinners, they are so popular. If you've seen any kids or been around kids in the last few months, you know about this popular toy. But like you said, right now there are major concerns that the new ones could start a fire.
Wow.
Hooks up to your phone, your Bluetooth, so you can play your music, and you can still spin it, it lights up, and plays your music all at the same time.
It's the newest craze sweeping across the country. You've seen kids of all ages twirling around these little toys in their fingers. But now there's new concern about the dangers surrounding fidget spinners. In one case in Fenton, a mother found the toy on fire.
And it's the same cord I use for my baby monitor. And I just simply had it plugged in like this. And it was laying right here on fire.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit them low, then we hit them high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring, winter, summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So these kids can't stop fidget spinning, and it's pretty sad. When you think about it, it's addictive. And I've seen autistic kids walk around, and I'm not kidding, going like this all the time. And whatever is going on in their mind is really something that is appeased by seeing something rotate. So there's something happening in the brain of these autistic children that's making this type of activity so popular. Now, I'm not telling you your child is autistic because they like a fidget spinner. That's not the case. You'd have to have a diagnosis to find that out. But when I say that 85% of our kids are going to be autistic or ADHD by 2032, that's an actual study that's been done. That's scary. That is scary. And I don't want you people to have to deal with this crisis without us addressing the issue of vaccinations. Now, Donald Trump is not doing enough to deal with that problem. The anti-vaccination movement is growing in around the world, and it's kind of amazing how Donald is so far behind. I mean, if Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr. can possibly do something, I'd like him to do it soon, because right now I'm not really happy with what action's happening in the Trump administration. It's kind of a joke. Anyway. You never heard of that in the 80s. Well, there are some people that pilot that believe that ADHD and autism is just being diagnosed unnecessarily. That would explain the rapid growth of this particular disorder. Even the guy that created the term ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, died recently. And one of his last words was that he made the whole thing up. I'm not kidding. So the guy who created the ADHD concept said he just made it all up. So don't get freaked out if your kid's a little hyperactive. It may just be normal behavior. Don't necessarily, thrust them into a Ritalin program or an Adderall program or whatever the hell they're on. Consider your alternatives. There's alternative natural remedies for people who have brain disorders. Caffeine, ironically, is beneficial. Coffee is beneficial for kids who have a brain damage of any sort. Believe it or not, it calms them down. It works the opposite that you would think it would work. Coffee calms kids down who have brain dysfunctions. You can experiment with just a little taste of coffee or something. Oh my God, this is so sad. What's going on? Okay, thank you. It's not that sad. Thank you for sharing. William Thompson, a director at the CDC, was a whistleblower, told the truth in a movie, Vaxxed. And little or no activity has happened ever since. In fact, William Thompson at the CDC can't even be reached by phone. The CDC gave him his own project to shut him up. So even he can't even be reached to corroborate the stories that he said. But he had found a direct conflict between what the CDC was saying about the effects of autism and vaccines, the effects of vaccines on autism. They had a study of black kids that was so alarming that 35% of the black kids were coming down with autism in the study when they were injected with vaccines. That's a serious amount of information that should have been brought up. And the CDC got rid of all those documents, and he actually went out of his way to copy the documents and share that information, but now Mr. Thompson cannot be reached conveniently. Yeah, isn't that weird? Wow, did you buy a cell phone between 2000 and 2011? You maybe owed some money. Yeah, this is interesting.
That use lithium-ion batteries, you may be entitled to some money from a recent class action settlement. Simply Money's Amy Wagner shows you how to claim it in this consumer alert.
If you've ever bought a cell phone, tablet, laptop, or power tool that runs on a lithium-ion battery, odds are good you could get in on a piece of a class action lawsuit. Several battery makers agreed to the $45 million settlement to end a lawsuit that claimed they conspired to fix the price of those lithium-ion batteries for more than 10 years. Now, if you lived in the U.S. and bought a device that used those batteries or bought replacement batteries between 2000 and 2011, you can make a claim for a share of that money. And odds are good you bought at least one of the devices covered by this. Among them, laptops, notebook computers, cell phones, tablets, camcorders, and cordless power tools. Your share of the settlement will be based on how many of those items you bought in that 10-year period. And you do not need to produce receipts to prove you bought them.
Oh.
The deadline to file is November 29th, so you won't see that money quickly, and we don't yet know what the average payout will be, since that depends on how many people file claims. The Simply Money Point filing is easy and can be done online. We've got a link for you for all the information you need on Fox19Now.com. For Fox 19 Now and Simply Money, I'm Amy Wagner.
Thanks, Amy. Amy's got the link there for you if you want it, everyone. Yeah, I think everybody has been screwed over by the lithium-ion battery problem. I mean, they don't really last that long. Let's take a look here. There is the link if you want to find out more and get involved in that class actions lawsuit. And somebody said it'll probably be $5 per item when you get done with it. Okay, so Donald Trump said he's going to get tough on North Korea. But what if I told you that North Korea was sitting on a gold mine of rare earth elements, and we probably should be negotiating some sort of an economic relationship with this country because they're sitting on such a rich territory? I don't know, that's...
Hello and welcome back to another video about the countries, people and organizations that frequently pop up in conspiracy theories. North Korea is one of the most intimidating and mysterious countries on the planet. It calls itself the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, a highly centralized socialist state, but in reality it's a one-party republic with rigged elections, controlled media, and repressive laws. It's the only country in the world to hold a captured US Navy ship. It is known to have an illegal nuclear arsenal and has repeatedly declared it's not afraid to use it. Its ultimate aim is to reunify the Korean peninsula. This is North Korea declassified. North Korea traces its origins back to 1946, when the Soviet Union and the USA divided the Korean peninsula between them. In 1948, the Soviets turned their half into a republic under a man called Kim Il-sung. He quickly persuaded Joseph Stalin to support an attack on South Korea to reunify the two nations. This led to the Korean War between 1950 and 53 between the Communists and the United Nations. It ended in an armistice in a demilitarized zone separating North from South Korea. The two countries are technically still at war. Kim Il-sung led North Korea under his own ideology called Juche, which translates as self-reliance.
Okay, well, you know, I really didn't need a primer on North Korea right now, but thanks so much for sharing. Yeah, it's like, okay, I've seen enough of this to last a lifetime. But yeah, if there is mineral-rich areas in North Korea and Kim Jong-un wants to make some trades, I mean, there's a possibility that we could work things out economically. We should keep a door to economic trade open to North Korea. I don't see any reason why not. Sure, they continue their weapons program in plutonium, but so does America. I mean, let's face it. I mean, our country's been at war with North Korea for 45 years. Or longer, actually. Excuse me, 65 years. It's amazing how time flies when you're not having fun. Well, I don't think we should just hold him away and bark at him like Donald Trump does. Now he's saying he's going to do something. He's going to get serious with Kim Jong-un. You know, it's like, no more messing around. We've given him enough chances. It's like, what? What's your next move, buddy? You know, are you going to, Donald, are you going to start breakdancing? Because you're up against a big opponent here.
Get it, social.
I mean, this guy can really spin. Look at this. Look at the athleticism of this man. Yeah. Well, a blockade in North Korea, what do they need? They can move all kinds of things into China even with a blockade, so what's the point? Look at that. Even Kim Jong-un seems to be in better shape than Donald Trump, and he's sporting the same amount of weight. I mean, look at this guy. Can you believe this? He's got some serious moves, man. I tried doing that. I broke well, I could break my neck. I cannot do that. Oh, haha, very good. No, enough of talk about North Korea. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Why do I live like this? Pence is leading the National Space Council. Isn't that special? Pence needs to lead the national email exchange program. He needs to share his emails when he was governor of Indiana. He's in total violation of the National Public Disclosure Law. Pence was hiding something from his times as governor. I mean, what the hell he's doing the same thing Clinton did, refusing to release his emails. It's unbelievable. Oh, great. I'm looking forward to this. A boyfriend's snore. This is too weird. A home invader crawls into a woman's bed to ask if he can stay the night. Right. This poor woman. A New Jersey woman got a terrifying surprise when cops say a man broke into her home and crawled into her bed as she slept. If that wasn't enough to make her skin crawl, the woman says the home invader that asked her if he could spend the night. The woman screams, scared the intruder away. Police in Palisades Park say cops added that the suspect has likely stalked women before. The potential serial stalker is alleged to have followed a woman into a building earlier this month before knocking on a door while making sexually charged comments. You know, I think I'd rather not go there. Police need to stop crime, not run around ticketing you for going 5 miles an hour with the speed limit. I mean, we got to get these guys. We need detectives in the streets who can find these people and root them out and arrest these people. We don't have enough detectives, and they're not even investigating key issues like Seth Rich, the mysterious death in a hospital in D.C. FBI doesn't want to look into this. Or the recent death of Chris Cornell. You know that Chris Cornell of Soundgarden? Willie, thank you for coming in, Willie. Did you know that Chris Cornell of Soundgarden, get this. This is kind of bizarre to even imagine, but Chris Cornell, who just died recently of suicide, they said, he had 9 broken ribs when they found him. That's seriously messed up. 9 broken ribs. Now, if you have a situation where somebody dies of a suicide and they have 9 broken ribs, even if they try to revive him with CPR, they would only break 2 or 3 of his ribs. You know, crashing down on his chest to try to get him to revive him. But yeah, thanks for the Jersey accent. Yeah, it's a little different than New York. But yeah, so why our FBI isn't doing a deep investigation into Chris Cornell's death? I don't know. I mean, if I looked at that and I was a criminologist, I'd say this is obviously a cover-up. So the one common thread that's running through all these cases, Chris Cornell, Seth Rich, all these cases of people that died recently are not getting the just investigation that they need. That's the problem. And I really believe that that's a common thread that's alarming and makes me think that our government is complicit in a cover-up. David, without your show, I have no idea what I do for 9 hours a day. That's cool. At least I have something to talk to you about. Hey, I always knew that there was going to be a chance for me to grab an audience who, you know, is always interested in new things. And what really kind of converged into something cool is when we started getting links into our show and we brought them in and, you know, gave people free entertainment, really, and information at the same time. And these link supporters who are so great, like Chatroom Celebrity, Scissor Fight's been perhaps the best link supporter of all. Just delivered this. Miracle on the 405, plane crashes and bursts into flames in the middle of the LA freeway during morning rush hour at the start of 4th of July weekend, and nobody dies. Wow. A man and woman in their 50s and 60s were aboard a Cessna when it crashed and landed on Interstate 405. That must have been a sight to be seen, man. The plane also clipped a car in the freeway, but the driver wasn't seriously injured. Wow. The male pilot declared emergency shortly after the fixed-wing plane left John Wayne Airport en route to return. The pilot could be heard yelling, "We have a mayday. I'm trying to get a little altitude. I just lost my right engine." The crash is under investigation, but wow, there it is. That is a very lucky day for everybody. Holy moly. A plane had to crash land on 405 freeway and it survived.
Whoa.
And nobody was hurt.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's right there in the picture.
Holy moly. That is... And nobody was hurt?
Nobody was hurt. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Wow. And that's one heck of a... Oh, look at that landing over there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. Watch the full video. You actually see it in the video. It's like you're there. Oh, unbelievable. In rush hour traffic, of all things. How that happened without a crash hurting anybody is amazing. Watching the Doobie Brothers while the crash landing is occurring. Okay, the Doobie Brothers. And the crash landing in front of your car. Driving and listening to Sirius XM radio can be very mesmerizing.
David, without your show, I have no idea what I would do for 9 hours a day.
Well, it's the
you are
truth.
helping
I know.
the non-workers of the future because robots are taking over everything, so they don't... I can't find it.
Yeah.
Or something. You're helping a lot of people.
I can't be involved in any kind of a social event at your pride parade because I'm a heterosexual. I'm not gay. Nobody's talking about Venus Williams killing an old man and walking? What? I have not even heard about that story. Okay. A graphic and sickening account of the pedophile orphanage that Cardinal Pell helped cover up. Whoa. Okay, thanks, Scissorfight. Cardinal Pell is under investigation and indictment in Australia. The highest ranking cardinal Vatican official ever to be accused of this. Okay.
Did you need any help or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm going to put this link over here. Take a look at it a little later because it looks pretty intense. There was an audio clip that we had earlier on YouTube that couldn't even be listened to. It was a woman claiming that she knew about this kind of behavior going on, and the audio was so low it needs audio enhancement. But okay. Wow, that was good. We got a lot done tonight. I'm still working on minimizing my links, but I'm running behind.
You want the black t-shirt? It had an insignia on it. That's why I took it off.
I don't know what happened to my Periscope. It's up here. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
Well, just make it, shrink it, like I had it.
Like this one?
Shrink the side, yeah, that way. There you go.
Yeah. All right, reading through what you said. He slipped in the shower. Did you know how police in North New Jersey are called for Hasidic Jews to turn up or down heaters and AC because they aren't allowed to touch modern devices? Joey just brought up an interesting point. The Hasidic Jews on Shabbat aren't allowed to touch their air conditioners or heaters by religious law. So they contact the police in North Jersey to do that.
They're allowed to use a phone to contact the police? What?
Hey, that's a good question. How do they reach the police with no modern device? They have an open line? That they just keep an open line to the police force? Get back to me on that, Joey. During the Sabbath, or Shabbat, as they call it, yeah. This is not comedy, no. Dave is my fidget spinner. Well, if you think this is a comedy show, that's fine. I happen to be funny, but at the same time, I'm also very politically driven, and we do a show for your benefit and your edification. And I'm going to raise the color of my look because I look like I've had a severe Trump-like tan.
Take a break, and then when I leave, it'll go back.
No, I want to lighten you up a little bit too. That way, you're more radiant.
Okay. Whatever. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for taking that. My honesty makes you laugh. Okay. I'd rather be honest, I guess. Okay, how much bread do I eat? Let me go through the day. I did buy some rolls, some bread rolls at the farmer's market yesterday. So I had like one of those rolls today. I had a couple hot dog buns. Go back in time. Salad for lunch, so no bread. Oh, and half a piece of toast for breakfast. No more math problems. You didn't like it? Even the dots? You didn't like the dots? I like the dots. I won't say I love math until I master calculus anymore. How about that? But I do love math. I just don't know calculus yet. But I'm still going to learn it eventually. Just so you know, I don't click on all the links like David does. So you just stopped eating bread and you lost 15 pounds. And so now you're down to 160. I should do that. At 5'10", I have like 5 pounds to lose. And that would be good. I have a cross between Irish ginger hair and the season autumn. Ooh, I like that. Yes. Not quite, Willie. No, I live on quite a bit more than $2 a day. David would love for me to live on $2 a day, but no, I don't do it. David freaks out if I spend a lot of money, but I don't mind spending money. It's one of those things, as long as I'm making money. Of course, if I'm not making money, I will definitely be living on less. Don't say that. Summer is not almost over. For me, summer just began, like 2 weeks ago. But summer is not over until September 21st. And that's 3 months away. So we have 3 months of summer. Okay, Microsoft was hit with an antitrust complaint from Russian cybersecurity firm over Windows Defender. I don't wear spiked heels. Yes, Willie, I am. And I enjoy it. I like helping people lower their math anxiety. I guess that's what I like. It's not just like a love of math. I like tinkering with numbers, but I like helping people lower their anxieties about learning and especially about mathematics. It's a month and a half until football season. No, why would you say that? It's a popcorn shirt is what they call it. And no, I'm not that often at it. 638. Ha! I have a BA degree. Bachelor's of Art. BAE, I guess you could call it. No, I don't know if you call it that. Bachelor's of Art and Education degree. BAE, yes. Yes, we have an electric dishwasher. I spend my money on books, shampoo and conditioner. This is what I bought online today. Those are the two things, really the things for me I bought online today. Books, shampoo, and conditioner. It looks like someone funneled it, or it does look like frosting, doesn't it? It looks like a frosting shirt. Like they piped frosting on. I could wear it to the movies, save on popcorn with my popcorn shirt. That's so funny. You're gonna write a whole book, 892. The Caesar book. Oh, I have plenty of good things. Yeah, piped. Yeah. Oh, instead of funneled, like piped buttercream. That's what I like about this shirt. It does look like piped buttercream on top of a cake. No, actually, they haven't been delivered yet. I don't really have an Amazon Prime account, so I just ordered them. I did use Amazon, but I just said I'll take it when it gets here. Now you have to supply that. Oh my goodness. Guys are pretty disgusting. Alright, I don't like all the links David has up. So I'm going to start doing what I do best, which is going through them and getting rid of them. Or ignoring them. Like this one, I'll just ignore. The Cardinal Pell one. I don't want to read it, but David probably does. What is this about? Seth Rich search. I'm going to get rid of that. Here, I'll go through my links so you can see what I have to do. Do I have any idea where these came from? The UK government warned of serious consequences of extreme internet surveillance plans. Do I have any idea where they came from? No. Do you? Yeah, I don't buy that much from Amazon. Should I? Alright, I'll ask you guys this. For all you sheeple out there, here's why conspiracy theorists are so hard to argue with. Do you want to see that video, or should I just close it out? Sarah, women like you are rare. I wonder what makes me rare. Why are women like me rare? I do need to save this. I did not call you a sheeple. I was referring to a video and asking if you wanted to watch the video. Actually, in Washington State, Willie, I believe that teachers are paid a decent amount. Thank you, 66. But you know what? I bet everyone can show the same kind of intellectual capacity that I have. Everyone is capable of doing that. Well, no, David's off to dinner, not out to lunch. I think it just, I don't know, it takes dedication maybe? Yeah, growth mindset, all that good stuff. Alright, I'll close out of... I'm going to see if I can add this screen capture to show you what I'm looking at and all the tabs that I'm going to close that David has open. Yeah, there we go. So you can see the tabs along the top here. Those are all the wonderful tabs that David has open right now. David Sponheim, Tab Man. So these are the Microsoft new video encoder settings. So I'm just gonna start that. Done. Fulcrum. John Podesta under active investigation as case goes hot. What should this be? I don't want to make a flipboard called pedophiles, but it's like David's interested in exposing this kind of thing. So what? Yes, I know those were the minimum requirements. So what should I like call that flipboard? You want me to close the link? I'm not going to close the link. Maybe I'll call it Pizzagate. But do I put the stuff with the priest into the Pizzagate thing? Oh, anti-pedo. That would be good. No. Well, a long time ago, a long time ago, there was a child that went missing, but not in the last 2 decades that I know of. How about just anti-corruption, I could call it. Political cover-up. I guess I will call it. I know, I don't want to say that either. But obviously this is a link that David, I guess I'll have to put it over here with, I don't even want to add it. Let me close out of it. I'm going to add this. I'll just go on to the next one. There we go. Tri-field EMF meter that David's looking up on YouTube for $132. I think we can close out of it. Sarah is in Sponheim mode. Time to think otherwise. That sounds good. I would like to think otherwise. Well, I know, but David's more the person into investigating those things. Oh, it's a music video. Yeah, it's really bizarre. All right, what is this? Explore trailer storage, RV storage, and more. I don't think I need this Pinterest link. I mean, it's cool and all, but I think you can just go on Pinterest and search it up. So I'm closing out of it. Seth Rich, JFK mortality probing probability calculator. Well, I will flipboard this one because David seems to do. I can call this Strange Deaths, or yeah, I think I'll call this one Strange Deaths. Well, and that's weird that I would be okay with or political cover up. I could go in that one. Let me see. I'll put it in the political cover up, but it's not. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, I don't. So, what? Purge you. Oh, and I can close out of it now that I flipboarded it. I already do live deliciously. Trump's lies. Well, we can put that under Trump. This website cannot be added to Flipboard. Well, why not? Okay, then I'll have to add it to a Google bookmark. That's weird. Google bookmarks. Okay, maybe. Correct. David didn't swat anyone. David was swatted. Sometimes you think Sarah's just visiting David in his elaborate cell. Why would they have a cell like this? That doesn't make sense. Oh, you want me to solve your math puzzle? Maybe in a bit, Scissor Fight. I'm busy closing out of all of David's tabs right now. It's like, oh god, David has so many tabs open. Now I have tabs open that I don't want open. Oh goodness, I don't even know where my mouse is. Okay, over here. I'm just gonna close out of that. I guess I'll leave it open. This Trump slides one. It won't let me flipboard it. This website cannot be added to Flipboard. Okay. And it won't let me bookmark it either. It does some weird thing. So, I know what I'll do. I'll tweet it. Okay, of course I have to go off of here. And I'm going to mute myself. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm just going to tweet this. Trump's lies. Tweet. And that way he can go back to his tweets and see it. Okay, I can close out of this. When you close David's tabs, the artery in his neck pulsates. Probably. I don't do it for the lulz. I do it to clean up his operating system. You guys can tell David if he's like, where's my Trump's lies article? What did Sarah do? You can say she tweeted it. Alright, K Brown Synth plugins. These are pretty cool. Alright, let's see if I can Google bookmark that. No, what's going on with my Google bookmark? Am I not logged into Google here? I am logged into Google. So where's... even more from Google. Maps translate Chrome. Let me see if I can just search their products. Okay, no, 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 no. Stay in touch. Those are pretty cool. Organize your stuff. Photos, contacts, calendar, keep. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Slides, drive. Grow your business. See all products. Did they get rid of bookmarks? I might go back to Google Play and find bookmarks on there. Or do bookmarks.google.com. All right. Yes, well, yes, I believe our planet is drifting through space and time. So, I think they got rid of it. I wish I could see this. There we go. Service login, accounts.google.com, redirecting Google Chrome. That's so not what it should be doing. So let me see if I can remove. There we go. Chrome bookmarks. That's what I want to do. And I want to add a bookmark to this. Add a page. So here is what I want. This one. K. Brown Synth. Add page. Synth plugins. There we go. Got it. All right. I will never leave David. Ever. You think NASA has a problem with time, but your landlord keeps track of time? Why do you think NASA has a problem with time? Web RTC.
Hot to cold. How about that?
Yeah, hot to cold. That's what happens at night.
Yeah.
3 journalists leaving CNN after the retracting the article about Russia. So I'll flipboard this if it'll let me to the GOP Russian corruption. Working on it.
So do you think this tweeting that Donald Trump is doing is an elaborate ploy to divert our attention from the Russian thing? You think all this stuff he's doing is just constantly to...
Maybe. So speaking of tweeting, I just tweeted one of the things that I couldn't flipboard and I didn't want to save in permanent.
Yeah.
So I flipboarded it. And I was having a problem with this Google bookmark. Anyway.
Okay, what happened with it? Oh, that one?
This one, it has issues. But,
I wonder why it won't bookmark, but that's okay.
So anyway, I did I just went like that. So
Mhm.
for instance, and it seems to have like this weird continuous loop. So then I opened it in a new tab, and then I have this one over here, and so then I organize and add a page. But I only add pages that I want to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
Like I probably wouldn't necessarily even keep this stuff in here. This Jared Kushner and this stuff.
I want to keep anything related to Kushner and the Russians.
I flipboard all of those.
I know you're flipping them, yeah.
That's where I keep them. So like this.
He's addicted to
Russian,
tweeting,
I
yeah.
flipboard
Hey,
it.
thank you. The tie, you like to tie 549, good.
And I have that, and
Okay.
then I add that.
All right. I love the flipboard thing now. It's so easy to get to on the Google browser. All right, so we made a commitment to go to Google when we started the show, and when we moved to Avon, I should say. Prior to that, we were always Firefox. So I kind of broke down when we had to move over here 5 years ago. I was saying no to Google, and I don't really want Google watching my activities, blah, blah, blah. When Chrome first came out, that's what we said. But who cares? I mean, we're not doing anything illegal, so I don't care. Not a big deal. Yeah, ban fries, huh?
Should I put the Seth Rich stuff in political cover-up, or should I add a new one?
Yeah, I think political cover-up would be great. Seth Rich is perfect for that. Anything Seth Rich or political cover-up, even Podesta and the Pizzagate rumors,
And
that would go to political cover-up.
Okay.
Firefox is owned by the government. I wouldn't doubt that, yeah. It seems to have improved. Remember when Firefox used to ask for like a $15 donation? Those days are over now. You notice that? Now it's like they don't ask for any donations. They've got new programs that apparently they've got funded, if you know what I mean. Google is evil. Yeah. Their motto was do no evil, or say no evil, do no evil. And they've become evil. I think that Larry Page and Sergey sold out to the powers that be, the NSA. I really do. I think that's why they started ABC.XYZ, because they wanted to separate themselves from the Google apparatus, which they knew was becoming like Skynet. Yeah. You can love yourself too. I don't want to ban my #1 supporter, assuming you're who I think you are. Tomato Girl is here as I love fries. She's my
all
#1.
your
She's
all
my
your
#1.
#1 supporters out there. I don't really care.
I don't care either. I mean, I care about my #1 supporters.
Of course, I know you care about your #1.
I don't care if I
supporters.
have
I'm
more
not
than one
saying that
#1 supporter.
Never mind. I could not say anything.
No, never mind too. We have made a point of
Want me
never.
to save this.
Yeah, that's how to disable SMB1 on Windows, which prevents you from getting ransomware attacks. So Jeff Boston gave us that link. And why don't you post that link in the room in case anyone wants to avoid a ransomware attack? Windows 7 to Windows 10 has this this utility, so you can. It's not a wig, and to prove it, it's not a wig. I have a wig right here. I did have a wig.
It's right down here.
Oh, thanks.
Or somewhere. I don't know.
I got it.
It's down here somewhere. Here.
Oh, you found it? It looks like a small living creature. Like Amber's jealous because Amber thinks this is an actual creature. It's Friday night and the wigs are out. Don't get wigged out here. But this is my new look. It's the Dennis the Menace look. And then I can take another 10 years off my my face by going like this. And now I look like Perez Hilton. You can't hack you, you're behind 7 windows. Wow.
Yeah, but your internet isn't. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, how come we can see your dirty laundry in the back of the room there that you haven't put in the washing machine? Thanks.
So this would also go into political cover-up?
Yeah. Anything related to the pedo networks. The Pedogate story, I think, is alive on the blog, but the fake news that CNN wants to shut it down. Yeah, I look like a narc at a local high school. Dave, with that wig, you look like a guy with a wig on. Wait a second, I was trying to pull this off. So if you met me at like the ski slopes in Aspen, you'd think that I was wearing a wig? White eyes, yeah. Yeah, you know, you want to apply cream if you shave your chest. Some sort of a lotion, even, well, try to avoid steroids, but the New Jersey government has shut down 10 minutes ago. Trump rhetoric has breaking 911 news.
That's not what I wanted.
The New Jersey government has shut down. Where is Aspen? Thanks. Yeah, I look like a guy with a wig. Hey, hi, I'm Dave. I'm a guy wearing a wig. Nice to meet you. Because I didn't wash my hair today, people are giving me crap. I let it go 2 days in a row, or 1 day in a row. Sometimes when I wash my hair every day, I mean, I have to literally wash my hair every day to get that perfect look. I don't know. We just heard that New Jersey has been shut down, and Trump rhetoric. Yeah. What does that mean, 911? Well, yeah, like Nivea. There's a couple of creams out there that are good for your skin. Avoid steroids, though. Almost every single skin treatment out there has got steroids in it. I look kind of like the guy from Scooby-Doo. Hold it, we got a problem. Here's that link on how to fix your website or your Windows system from getting some sort of a ransomware. Well, I mean, I decided not to wash my hair today, and I thought, well, I could pull it off, but you're right, it gets a little limp, and it doesn't really look good enough to finish the show off, so I went with this obvious wig. Here it is. New Jersey government shuts down over budget standoff. Here we go. Chris Christie is in deep doo-doo. This is going on right now, everyone. This is from the New York Times. Let's take a look at this right now, Sarah. The New Jersey state government was forced to shut down at midnight Friday as the state legislature remained locked in standoff with Governor Chris Christie that left them unable to agree on a budget plan. Well, this is a state that Chris Christie wanted to actually sell portions of his buildings just to pay for his debt that he acquired so that he could take private trips to his son's baseball games and then use his power to keep people off of the New Jersey Turnpike and use it as a bargaining chip in a political struggle. Turnpike Gate, New Jersey Gate. That's a good one we're playing tonight. Leave it up.
Yeah.
That's the one that I even have a copy of it over there. Or I did. What happened to it?
What?
Oh, hit the back button on that.
What are you saying?
Well, I had to make a copy of this link because I have to make a Firefox copy of it. Huh. Okay, let's do this. I'll put that link in the chat right now. Let's go here. Let me do it. I'm just going to grab the link. Hang on. I didn't want to miss this because Scissorfight, as you can see, put it on his site. And he doesn't know how long it's going to last, and I have to make a copy of it tonight. So let's click on that. Doesn't refresh. That's weird. Here it is. Okay. I just need the link in Firefox so I can make a copy of it tonight. All right. Thank you. It's a big, huge story about whistleblowers, shadow government, deep state, the whole thing.
All right.
Thanks.
That's all I can do for now.
Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. You've been so great.
Okay.
All right. Whoops. That's the
Take
chair.
care.
That's not me.
I know.
I know. It sounds like I'm... Oh, Jesus. Are you okay?
I know. Yes, I'm okay.
Praise you. All right. Thank you so much. You're awesome. And thanks for being such a great hostess. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Sarah. It was fantastic. She did a great job with the links tonight. I'm trying to look at least 20 years younger. I'm 57. How old do I look? About 56 with this new look? 65? No, that was the chair. It wasn't me. It does that when I go back. Okay, you don't have to tell me how old I look. 42? Thanks. I just pulled 15 years off my age. Thanks. And of course, no one would know who I am. I look 56 and a half. Jeez, you're not helping at all. Well, I think I look a little bit better than Tom Waits myself. Yeah, he's got some aging. He's done a little more aging than me. Scissorfight said I look like this guy. I don't know. He does kind of look like me. If I were wearing a goatee, I might imagine. Tom Waits. He's older than I am, though. Yeah, this part really, it needs to be a little thinner in here, I think, to come off as not a wig. Yeah, Tom Waits. Want to do a staring contest? Lobbyists. What do you got? No. I told you not to post links of violence in the show. Thanks. Really, Christian Bale? All right, but Muslim Bale blew himself up. Is that supposed to be funny? Do you look like him a little bit? All right, thanks. So let me see if I can revive his career a little bit, you know, because he needs a new single. I was so sick and tired of everything. He sings really raspy. He's got a really raspy voice. Yeah, Tom Waits, legendary Tom Waits. I'll have to get in the mood. I think Tom Waits is going to take over the show, if you don't mind. No, I think Theresa May would be actually better to be the show host tonight, David. Freedom of speech is not solely American. Many people believe that the British believe in freedom of speech, but that's not true. Britain punishes people that say racially slurred, hateful statements. There is no punishment in America for hate speech yet. You know, although some people want to put that through, Charles Schumer wants to define what political hate speech is. Yeah, Tom Waits Thursdays would be good. He's 67. That's amazing. See, I'm 10 years younger than him. So there is a similarity though in our faces for sure. I mean, you see the angulation of his face is very similar to mine. Kind of an intense dude. I knew a guy who hung out with him in the early 1980s. No, late 1970s, sorry. Yeah, I used to sit on the curb in LA with him while he was coming up with songs. Here we are. Hey, Dave versus YouTube. What do you got? Motocross, Thomas Brown. I mean, you guys have such unique perspectives on things in England. This has 6,000 views. How does something have 6,000 views? That's absurd. I just viewed it and it's still 6,000 views. I don't know. Something's a little weird about that image. You dirty rat. A sinkhole swallows up a car in downtown St. Louis. No injuries, though. Associated Press has the story. Let's take a look. Whoa, look at that. That thing, the car literally fell into the sinkhole. I think somebody was working on a downstairs apartment there. Are you sure? It looks like somebody was building their little safety place in there. Well, I think I'll build my homeless shelter underneath the freeway. Let it roll. Car swallowed up in a St. Louis sinkhole. You know, there's something interesting about St. Louis. It's very interesting. St. Louis was built on a massive mound. And I'll bet you if you looked in that hole, I bet you'd find the glory hole. That's right. The glory hole of St. Louis. Oh, let's take a look. Elites use mainstream media to throw Pizza Podesta under the bus on live TV. Let's take a look. Wow, that's good. This sinkhole right here could very well be the inside of a mound. You don't know. I mean, they had during the Olmec and Toltec era of Native American history, the Olmecs were mound builders, and they were known to be in the Northern American continent as mound builders. And all of St. Louis is virtually built on a mound. I'm not kidding. And many people believe that there's artifacts in there. So, I mean, maybe if you dig into that sinkhole, you might find something.
There's an old saying that asks, can a man scoop fire into his lap without being burned? John Podesta, John Pizzagate Pedo Podesta, must have done something big to piss off his handlers.
Really? Okay, this should be a breaking story on Podesta tonight. No. That's weird. Let me go back to the Chrome browser. No, that was the Chrome browser. Okay. There you go. Okay, that'll be in our link tonight at our playlist. Cool. That I want to see. In the sinkhole, Tom Waits. This one's a good one. We've got it queued up from Scissor Fight's private collection, mirrored from a previous site to keep it alive, because we know that a lot of that stuff is getting knocked off the internet. Can't stop and we won't stop. Thank you, Pet Nanny. Thank you all of you viewers at Vaughn for watching our show. I'm on till 10 o'clock tonight, and then I go into the video mode where we watch and monitor the chat. And it was a sewer, 884? Okay. Thanks. I am not a slanderer, sir. How dare you? How dare you taint my image by claiming I slander people? I'm not laughing at your jokes because nobody's laughing at my jokes. One hand washes the other. Begging an audience for laughter. That would be a cool thing to do on stage. Will you please laugh at me? Oh, I'm so fragile. You're hurting my ego. It'd be kind of funny to see a guy melt down in front of an audience, wouldn't it? Like, come in there pulling a Robin Williams at the very end. You know. Anyway. Well, I hope that the hair has calmed a lot of you people down, because having perfect hair has always been a really important part of your life. It's very noticeable. Okay. Let's try something else, okay? This wig isn't working for you. What if I made a little switch here and kind of like went this way? I look like Dana Carvey that way. How about that? A little bit more lift. It fits my face shape, yeah. I think it's just the way I was wearing it. Kind of, this looks more natural, doesn't it? Kind of like, yeah, dude. Sure, yeah. Come on out, man. That's got to go back here like that. You don't think this is better? I think this is better. Look at that. It actually looks normal. I'm normal, right, Ellie? Oh my God, no. There won't be a Blackface 3. No, Blackface 2 is the quintessential highlight of my life. Everything's been downhill ever since. Hey, Pat, Rick, transgender couple, married, loving each other. Pat and Rick got together. When was it you were married, Pat and Rick? I'm Pat. Do I look like Phil Spector? That is ridiculous. And don't call me this guy. I want you to call me David John, or DJ, or David Johnson, or David DJ Johnson, or D Johnson David, or David John Sponheim. But don't be calling me Phil Spector. Okay. Yes, Microsoft hit with an antitrust complaint from the Russian cybersecurity firm over Windows Defender. Wow, that's interesting. So now they're coming back. What is it, Kaspersky? Let's take a look at the many faces of Phil Spector. I look like all of these guys. Yeah. Here it is. This is it. You're right. I look a lot like Phil Spector. You're right. Except he's in jail, serving a life sentence for the murder of a woman who his wife says he didn't murder. Ironically. Yeah, Phil Spector's wife has openly claimed that her husband was framed. Kind of does seem like the same wig, though. You look like well, you know what? You look like a guy who hasn't taken a dump in 6 days. You got that weird face going on. It's like, yeah. Microsoft hit with an antitrust complaint. Yeah, you know, you got me on that. Excuse me, Phil, do you mind moving? Thanks. Phil Spector will do the show tonight instead of me in my steed. Here we go. Microsoft hit with an antitrust complaint from Russian cybersecurity firm over Windows Defender. Oh, Kaspersky Labs said it has filed complaints with the regulators in Germany as well as the European Union as a whole against Microsoft, alleging that the Redmond, Washington technology giant unfairly favors its security software over other solutions. Well, maybe they want more backdoors to Russian hackers. They just don't have enough. Oh. Don't touch that ingrown toenail. Soak it in Epsom salt. It's just going to get worse if you don't let it heal itself. It was a 92.8 positive match to Phil Spector, yeah. You see, I can't win. I put on a wig because people say, Dave, your hair looks greasy. And now you get nothing but, Dave, you look like you're wearing a wig, dude. Yeah, see what I mean? This is the kind of abuse that I think that you think I like and I don't. Dave, can you put this picture up? I don't have that. Okay, Judicial Watch has another story. Yeah, this keeps coming. Senator Sanders' wife tried evicting a disabled group of home residents after closing the shady college deal under the FBI probe. Whoa. Amid a deepening federal investigation of Jane Sanders, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders' wife, Judicial Watch has obtained records that paint a rather disturbing personal portrait of a heartless spouse and a longtime political advisor to the Democratic Socialist candidate for president of the United States. During the Obama administration, the FBI began investigating Jane for falsifying documents to obtain a $10 million loan to expand a now defunct liberal arts college in a town where her husband once served as mayor while she was the school's president. The school, Burlington College, was in the small city with the same name in northwest Vermont. It's a quaint town of about 42,000 that sits on the eastern shore of Lake Champlain, and prides itself on having diverse, forward-thinking citizens that are steeped in arts and culture. Jane was president of the troubled college from 2004 to 2011, and in 2010 she had an ambitious plan to expand the campus by 33 acres, despite low enrollment and financial difficulties. The then president of Burlington College drastically overstated donation amounts in loan applications. According to the Vermont News website that broke the story, to obtain a $10 million loan, Jane indicated there was $2.6 million in pledged donations, but the school only got $676,000 in 4 years. The loan went through, some allege, after her husband's senatorial office pressured the bank to approve it, and Jane masterminded a deal to purchase an undeveloped 32-acre parcel of land and a 77,000 square foot facility from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Burlington. The purchase included a facility that served as a group home for disabled people. And under the terms of the deal, Jane was supposed to negotiate the transfer of the disabled residents before the school took over the property. Instead, Jane tried to kick the disabled people out of their home, their group home. Records obtained by Judicial Watch show. The records, part of an ongoing Judicial Watch investigation of the Jane Sanders fraud case, include electronic mail exchanges between Jane and, when she was president of Burlington College, and two former mayors of the city of Burlington. I think I know enough about this to write a book. Jeez. Now I want to do Bernie's impersonation. Hang on.
I don't understand why people are picking on me and my wife. It's clearly obvious that these people who have all the money want to attack somebody who simply wanted to get a $10 million loan and was doing everything she could to try to manage the facility that was going under.
You can only imagine how that's going to play out in the courts. Well, I think it's safe to say that Bernie Sanders he's got an uphill battle from here on in to help his wife out. And if he was involved in rigging the deal, oh boy. Oh yeah, he could serve some hard time. Like 1.5 years in a federal penitentiary, like our former Dennis Hastert, Speaker of the House. Is he going to come out now? He's getting out. I mean, I know he's not going to come out as what he is, but he's getting out pretty soon. It's so strange that Dennis Hastert spends 15 months, get this, 15 months in a federal facility for proof. They proved that he actually had anal sex with 4 of his wrestling students when he was a coach. I mean, he sodomized 4 of his wrestling students. Are you with me? This is the guy, former Speaker of the House. He cut a deal for 15 months with the judge on track. The judge should have recused himself, because the judge actually had been an attorney for the man. The judge was an attorney for Dennis Hastert at one time, and he went ahead and gave him a 15-month sentence. Fast forward to present day. Guess who's spending still years in prison? Rod Blagojevich. Rod Blagojevich, who all he did was off camera, on an audio tape, he said that he was going to sell the U.S. Senate seat of Barack Obama. He's overheard saying that. He's still serving. He's going to serve 14 years. And Dennis Hastert gets 15 months for sodomizing 4 boys. I mean, I'm sorry, but I do not see the wheels of justice turning at the same rate here. I have proof. Sarah is my eyewitness proof. Nameless King. I've muted you for a while to take a break. Sarah and I drove around in circles for 2 weeks straight. I put 2,000 miles on our car, putting up signs that were ripped down the day before. So Sarah's a witness to everything that happened during that time period in 2014. Boy, some of you are really perverted. Okay. How I See the World has an active shooter drill going on. I called New York Bronx Lebanon Hospital. Apparently, it's still in effect. Okay. How I See the World's going to go into some detail here on this.
This is Sponheim. If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. Has llamado al hospital de Bronx Lebanon. Si esta es una emergencia, por favor, cuelgue y llama al número 9.
Hola. Buenas
Thank you
noches.
for calling Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center and Martin Luther King.
Okay, we'll bring that in a little bit later. I've got it on the loop. This is the picture. I don't know what that is. Lego City People Pack Girl with bright light hair minifigure. Who am I slandering exactly? Just, yeah, get me specifics here. I don't drive in circles. I do a very intense drill on every issue of the day, and we take in relevant links. So it's about the shooting in New York City today? Okay, cool. That should be interesting. 24 Democrats get behind a bill to lay foundation for removing Trump for being mentally incapacitated, and they need Mike Pence to agree. Huh. Well, I don't know. Mike Pence may be worse than Trump, so I'm gonna say that Trump is probably better than Mike Pence, and they're both involved in the Russian relationship. So as much as these Democrats are trying to prove that Trump is mentally incapacitated, it's going to be tough. But thanks for sharing. The 25th Amendment to the United States Constitution allows Congress to set up a medical commission that could determine if a president is fit for office. Now, it's arguable whether a medical commission could make an assessment on his mind. Yeah, that's a slippery slope. If they identify the symptoms of Alzheimer's, that would be his exit strategy to claim that he's a victim of Alzheimer's. I mean, I don't know. That's just a tough one. And I don't think Pence is any better. I'm not Jewish, so why would I attend a synagogue? That's just ridiculous. Nice haircut, Dave. Yeah, thank you, Leonard. The wig makes me look gay, though. And I think Guess436 made a good point. Yeah. Why are you showing me this picture of a Lego woman? That sounds so weird. Do people give you the finger when driving? No. No, I never have seen anyone give me the finger. You know, Leonard, I don't push the mainstream media agenda. I'm merely talking about the Russian connection with Trump, which is my idea. I was the one that originated it. I'm the one who's been talking about the Trump-Russian connection for at least a year now. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with being gay, Bog Monster. I'm not trying to in any way belittle people who are homosexual. You can revel in your gayness. I'm just not gay. It's okay, I'm not going to ban you. Relax. Just relax. Everything's going to be okay. Lay back, relax. Life is going to get a lot better. But I mean, we've been dealing with this nightmare of a president for how long now? 5, 6 months? All he can do is blab, 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 and tweet, tweet, tweet. He's a tweetaholic. Well, let's be clear. One thing about Barack Obama, he didn't tweet a lot. Day by day, oh sweet Lord, these things I say. Da 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 da. I'm going to put a little picture of Trump up for you here, a little picture library. Da 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 da. Ugh. All these pictures of Trump are coming up on my hard drive. It's the story of a man who likes money, who continued to take loans out from the mob, and he wanted to be president, so he made a deal with Russia. It's a story of a man named Donald, who got sick and tired of people thinking he was stupid, Even though he couldn't read like all the others, he made people think he could. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff here on Donald. Boy, he's commanded himself into a hellhole of ridiculous nonsense. It's sad, really. Okay, ready for the link, the constant look of Donald. We'll tip it off with the ultimate. Okay, give you some pictures to look at while I sign off in the next 9 minutes. I am not a nerd. That's just not true. I am a man who's overwhelmed with intelligence and has a hard time keeping it all in under one roof. I don't know. Is Trump like getting problems from the National Enquirer? I haven't heard about that. Well, I think we have a problem, Bog Monster, with Trump and the Russians. And if we don't recognize that real quick, we're going to be in trouble. Have you ever heard of national security? Oh, that's right. You voted for Trump. You don't give a shit about national security. Sorry. I should have known. You're willing to make a deal with the Russian oligarchs. You're kind of like Trump that way. Anything for money. Yeah. You think Trump's going to make you rich. The name of the Obama video by Place Boing is If. You didn't vote for Trump? This is news. I don't think it's real, but it's news. Weekly World News. Hillary Clinton has adopted an alien baby. And he grew up. Yes, a long, long time ago. Trump photos are pretty funny, aren't they? They're taking a little too time to implement, though. I need to move this up. The slideshow is too long. I need 4 seconds. There we go. Is this live? Screw it, we'll do it live. Yeah, maybe Scissor Fight can find something on Trump and the National Enquirer. Not that it matters. That's weird, it's stuck on this thing. I can't get it to move. That sucks. I swear, this is the weirdest thing ever. I cannot get it to move. There's something wrong. I think there's something wrong with this image. Yeah. Okay, maybe that'll work. Okay. No, Dave, he is being blamed for blackmail? Really? National Enquirer has got some story about him and blackmail? Wow. Well, I don't say that I don't say the National Enquirer is real news. I mean, give me a break. Like, this is a wig, you know? I was told to put it on because my hair looked a little oily. So, yeah, here I am. Okay, long blonde rocker wig and some shades. We got 5 minutes. Hang on. Whoa, 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 hang on. All right. 10-4 on that, good buddy. Just give peace a chance. Hello. I want to tell everyone that we're having an anti-war rally tomorrow. Just
That's the dialect I've got to teach the kids in the HS Pinafore, is the Liverpool.
I'm sorry, what were we saying?
That's the Liverpool accent I'm going to have to teach the kids for HMS Pinafore.
Yeah, I was just doing that.
Do you know who Adam Kokesh is?
Adam Kokesh verbally insulted Sarah and I.
Wow.
Yeah. Adam Kokesh got us on his radio show.
How awful.
And we had to try to have a serious conversation about politics, and he started talking about her top, revealing her top. It was like,
how bizarre.
Yeah.
I love your wig.
Hey. Yes, we're having an anti-war rally tomorrow. Yeah. I just wanted to say that just give peace a chance. Yoko and I are gathering here to talk about the Donald Trump presidency. I've got a... Yoko, would you like to say a few words? You know how you dislike this man. Yeah, let's take a look. Here's Yoko Ono. Totally bring back memories. It's got too many memories of Yoko. I remember when she's orgasming.
You see, having gone through the Beatlemania thing, nowadays it's nothing like that. I mean, I can walk down the street and somebody will say, "Oh, hi, John," and they usually say, "How's your immigration?" You know, if it's in New York.
Do you?
I do quite a lot. You know, and we just said here. You know.
We just said here. So, you know, the legendary John Lennon, I got to tell you, I had an absolute psychic moment 2 weeks before he died. And I'll never forget it. I woke up in my dream state, and I had this weird theory that somehow John Lennon died, and I had told everybody about him in my dream. And everywhere in my dream I was saying, can you believe John Lennon's dead? And this is 2 weeks before he died. And this vivid dream. And I was just saying that John Lennon, I mean, and he was kind of lured back to Dakota with his wife, Yoko, because she wanted to be there. And then they bought the Dakota, I believe. And no, I wasn't reading that. No, I wasn't on drugs. I'm not a gay. No, I'm not. Do I look gay? Don't answer that. Pat Rick says, I was with Loco Ono. I want to be put out of my misery. If I was with Loco Ono, I would be put out of my misery. Pat, you're audibly saying what everyone in the whole country was saying at the time. Nobody knew what was going on with Yoko. Okay, having a little too much fun there. But anyway, she's an amazing actress, an amazing singer. She worked on a couple of movies with John Lennon, and did a movie called The Fly. 3.5 hours of a fly. Yeah, it's just running around. It's a 3.5 hour movie of a fly. Pure genius, Yoko. Pure genius. It was bizarre. More bizarre is people actually go to see this. But of course they come here to watch our show too. Dude, I'm not like an owner of a marijuana dispensary here, dude. That's so funny. I don't mind putting on a few, wigs to pull off a show that has lasted 5 hours. Hey, this is it for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with our anti-war rally. Thank you for coming to Freedom Friday, where we're free to do whatever we want. My hair got all kinds of negativity today, so I had to put on these wigs. It's just part of the deal, I guess, because I have to constantly defend myself. We've got a lot of people here, yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of people. Just you're not here. You left a long time ago, ticking time bags. You tweet. Time for your meds. Firebite saying, why are you taking a piss of John Lennon? Why? I'm not. I think John Lennon is pretty cool. I didn't mean to demean him. No, I think he really, aside from the fact that he beat up women, he was dedicated to peace, you know? It's ironic to know that John Lennon had a very long history of slapping women around. And he never slapped Yoko around. Hi, welcome. I look like a lava lamp repairman. That's pretty funny. Oh, ma'am, I'm here to repair your lava lamp. That's okay. You just don't drink too much. Yoko was paid by Putin to drive the West mad. I wouldn't doubt it. Putin wasn't around then, dude. Putin wasn't around when Yoko and John met. He was just a glisten in his father's eye. His father was the food tester for Joseph Stalin. Yoko was not a man. That's ridiculous. She's a beautiful woman. Well, Yoko, they say, may have been his handler. A lot of people have really quite differing opinions about Yoko. John was a man who obviously had to keep a lie. The lie was the Beatles were an original group when they were put together by the Tavistock Institute. And we're finding out now, very few people know this too, that the Beatles were one of many groups that were created by the Tavistock Institute, an organization of psychologists out of Nazi Germany that were put to work for our government during that transition period we call the 60s. And I know that sounds pretty whacked out and weird, but the Beatles actually represented an entire generation of Americans that went from blissful hope of peace to jaded drug addiction and the endless look back on the entire era as some sort of a waste of time, when it wasn't a waste of time. You know, if I became president, I would expect you to try to lead the USA, and I would not hesitate, you know, to have illegal aliens like you leave the USA with an open border, you know, to leave, not come back in. We have a thing that we want to deploy, I'll talk about tomorrow night at the border, to make our country strong so we can fight off enemies like Russia, who ironically could be sending Russian agents into our country right now through an open border concept that we have with Donald Trump. I used to say that so much it became part of my routine to talk about Barack Obama and our open border policy. But frankly, we still have an open, porous border with our current president, Donald Trump. It's kind of sad, too, because we really need something to prevent that. And Donald Trump stole my idea of a 1,000-mile fence. And unfortunately, that idea has kind of turned into a disaster for him because he can't fund it. He can't finance it. He can't make it better. So when he stole my idea, thank you, chat room. When he stole my idea, I had no other option but to create the alternative invisible fence. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow night when I give you more in detail about that. We've talked about it on our show before, so you probably know about it. But the invisible fence is totally doable and will cost no more than $5 billion, which is fundable, and will provide a guaranteed safety net on our border, which really is central to my campaign. I started this in 2008 talking about the 1,000-mile fence. When Trump stole the idea, he didn't know how to implement it. When he was asked who's going to pay for it, he lamely turned and said, Mexico's going to pay for it. Well, yeah. I think that's a little bit presumptive to think that Mexico is going to pay for something that's not even on their property. So I think Donald Trump is coming off as a buffoon everywhere he turns. And luckily, my ideas will be moving forward when I become president of the United States. The ideas will sell themselves. Anybody who stole them before isn't going to be able to implement them. So it's a little too late for that. And it's too late for goodbyes, too. Julian Lennon, we got him coming up now. On America's Third Party, thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. But you have videos to watch all the way into the evening, and you can chat interactively with everybody about politics. Try to keep it as clean as possible without threatening anybody. I'd appreciate it. I don't want anyone to go to bed feeling worse than they were when they started the chat. Okay? And I'm going to fade away now. Thank you for coming in. Take care.